80 years ago, in the Holocaust, the Jewish people were totally defenseless against those who sought our destruction. No nation came to our aid. Today, we again confront enemies bent on our destruction. I say to the leaders of the world, no amount of pressure, no decision by any international forum will stop Israel from defending itself. As the Prime Minister of Israel, the one and only Jewish state, I pledge here today from Jerusalem on this Holocaust Remembrance Day, if Israel is forced to stand alone, Israel will stand alone.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Craig Pasta JARDULA, Jay Scott. Episode 195, Winners and Losers. With special guests, DERRICK BROZE. And an all-new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
All right, here we go, guys. We are doing it. We're doing it today on this Thursday. Feels like the Groundhog Day thing happening again because it felt like Thursday at the last show, but we're not repeating ourselves. We're not repeating the day. It does seem like it sometimes, right? We wake up and it's the same start of the day, same old messages from the Epstein class, same old keeping us in our camps, same old the war's coming to an end. We're 2 to 3 days from a deal. Oh wait, we have a deal. We have a deal. This is it, guys. This is everything's finally been solved. But it does feel like we are just going through the theater over and over. And one day we're going to wake up and probably be just like Bill Murray in the movie Groundhog Day, where we're like, why don't we just throw ourselves in front of a bus and see if we still wake up the next day? Because we probably will. They have us on repeat over and over. But that's how the Matrix works. And we're stuck in it together, guys. And all we can do while we're here is come together, the people that realize that we have been played against each other, that realize that they have kept us from using our own critical thinking skills, which we all have. We just have to take off the tribal glasses and start using our own brain. So if we can connect with those of us around us, like all you people out here coming to join us, if you're just joining us for the first time, this is the Homeless Left. It's the Homeless Left space of critical thinking. It's non-tribal. That means we are no longer going to be looking at the world as team sports. We're done with that. This is not a joke. It's not a game. People's lives aren't a game. The people running the planet, they seem to think otherwise. It is a game. We're all expendable. We're all pieces on a chessboard. It doesn't really matter to them. But since we're here, let's also understand that when we sign up for this space, what we're doing is we're agreeing to the battlefield that we find ourselves on, versus having our heads in the sand and like the rest of the ostriches. We've come up for air, but we have signed up to be on this battlefield. What are we fighting against? We're fighting against the Zionists, the Epstein class. These are people that literally eat babies. That's what they do. And who's they? It's not a particular party or person or unique evil man who happens to be the president right now or happens to be the prime minister of Israel. It's not a unique evil man or person we're going up against. It's the entire elite class, the entire Epstein class, warmongering. These are people who capture institutions, play us on each other, capture all the wealth. But it's more than the wealth. It's what you do when you grab these institutions. You can control narratives, and you can control your own legacy throughout using media sources, outlets to create different storylines of what you want it to be. So the obsession of that power, it's more than just the money, but they do play all the games that they do with the banks and all the systems playing the stock market. We know it's all been fake. It's all been rigged. And our current president once said, it feels like such a long time ago, doesn't it? Way, way back in 2015, he said that the system's rigged. He told us that. He told us the news was rigged. Everything was rigged. He was right. But now he's part of that. And so it's our job to call that out. It doesn't mean it has to come from left, right, up, down. It doesn't matter. We're doing this wherever you're from. You're welcome into the space with us. And that's how we're going to do it with you guys moving forward. So let's make sure that we're up on all the platforms right now. And I do want to welcome you guys to, so what we're doing today, we're calling today's show Winners and Losers. We are going to be joined by guest DERRICK BROZE. We're going to be talking about some of the psyops that you guys know we cover here in Hollywood. We got a Spielberg film, and we have this predictive programming method that's been in play our whole lives. And so that's going to be a great conversation. We'll have both of our co-hosts will be in here. Craig Pasta will be coming in shortly. We have Jay Scott joining us as well. And also I want to announce we're going to be joined again. It's been a little while, but we're going to have Nurse Leslie back with us today for talking back with you guys. So please get your super chats and Rumble rants, line them all up for us, guys. We're going to get to those. We'll get to those sooner than later, but even just anything you guys want to throw in the comments throughout the show, we will talk back to you. You can ask us directly live on the show. We will respond to you because you deserve to have that interaction. You're not just here grabbing a bowl of popcorn, kicking back and being entertained. And our job isn't just to pull the curtain back and show you what's wrong. You can get that on a lot of channels. You can get the let's just kick back, put our feet up, and we'll tell you what's wrong, and we'll point our finger at who's to blame. We don't stop there. We want to engage with you and discuss ways and formulate ways that we can respond and we can fight back and we can become activists in the sense that we're going to do something about it. This is where we merge the two these two spaces, really. It's a space of independent journalism that challenges the corporate elite, right? So that's the independent journalism space, as well as the activism space on the, whatever you want to call that, boots on the ground, doing something about it. We merge those together. And that's why we think your responses are just as important as any guest that we bring on here, just as important. So we'd like to give you guys some of that time as well. So we're excited to do that with you today. I'm just going to say, just make sure that we know where all of our streamings are happening right now. We are on both of our Twitters right now. Twitter's been really rough because it's so up and down, and we know that the homeless left Twitter doesn't really do as much traction as we'd like. My personal Twitter's goes up and down and stuff, but whatever, if you guys are seeing on either of those, just share this out, get it out there. It's, we're going to be on this entire afternoon. So, give people a chance to check us out because, we got a lot of show for you guys today. This is the new one we're doing on Twitch. It's just there. We'll see. We're just trying it out, see how that goes. And then, of course, this is the new channel on YouTube. Please help us get this one out. This one has been totally chaotic for us. It is our second try at it. The first one, the homeless left, did get taken down on purpose. We were being punished for doing this, having these conversations. We had to be made an example of. They said Google sends us an email, and they said, your conversations are too dangerous for the community. We have to keep the community safe. So what do? We said, okay, we'll just start a new channel. This is the channel. This is the one. So THL%, get this one out there, guys. We can't do this without you. So we appreciate that. And of course, here we are on Rumble, and Peter Thiel and the surveillance state. I got to tell you, we're coming after you today. So we appreciate you don't pull our plug on this channel, but we understand you are 100% the technocrat mafia, PayPal mafia. You guys have us in your system. We understand that, and that's fine. Thank you for not pulling the plug on our broadcast. That's awesome. But we're coming for you today. So I hope you guys are ready over there at Rumble. All you Peter Thiel fans, we're coming for you. Okay. And we're just doing the news, guys. We're just reporting what we're seeing, and then we're gonna come up with solutions. That's what we're doing here. So thank you guys all being part of this today. Okay, here's what we're gonna do now. Let's see. Let's go ahead and we're gonna call this opening because we're talking about the MOU signing and how there's a lot of parts to this. So we're gonna break this thing down. Let's start with the fun part, which is how the media responded, right? So we're going to do a real fake news right now for you guys. Here we go. It's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. So we had the Iran and U.S. peace deal. We saw the terms of the memorandum of understanding that came out about 48 hours or so ago. They said the signing was going to take place on Friday, but it kind of this process got sped up, and of course there was an entire big show about it, and it did happen. So both now we have Trump and the president of Iran have both signed this MOU. And if you guys know what MOU actually means, when we're talking about a memorandum of understanding, it's an intent to sign a larger deal down the line. That deal is not going to come for at least 60 days. So just so you guys understand, there is a timeline in play. So there really is nothing to celebrate as of yet. But it is interesting to watch how things have played out, starting with Trump going to the G7 in France and arriving here with the intention of signing this in front of everyone. So this is his big boss entrance. Here's Trump's big boss entrance into the summit.
Hello, I'm the boss. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, President. Dear colleagues. So we have a photo.
Oh, yeah. Would you like to stay for the meeting? It's okay with me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So it's funny because we've seen the outpouring of the supporters of Trump saying, look at him coming in as the big boss. How awesome. And then others can see right through that and say, this is obviously a man who is trying to make up for his insecurities as he walks in, because he hasn't had any real leverage or power throughout this entire Iran war. And everybody knows it. At least the people close to him know it, and they all have to pretend he does. So it is all one big act. But here it is. Here's the official signing. Pay attention to how he behaves after the signature of his pen because this guy just loves to spout stuff out. I don't think he pre-plans it. It just whatever comes in his head, he says it right out loud. And those are the more entertaining but interesting moments. Here we go.
Yes?
Bravo.
Keep the pen with it? Yeah. We'll keep the other pen. The other side.
Good job.
Thank you.
Great job. Bravo.
Oh, what was that? Oil down, stocks up. Of course, just say it out loud. We already know the drill. We already know how it works. We know what the influence of every time you make a speech. You understand we understand the calendar of what when these things occur. Watch the stock respond. Watch the market respond. And then of course, like the oil going down. That's just something that honestly doesn't really make sense. The stocks, they respond. The market responds immediately. The oil doesn't respond immediately because the thing is open. I mean, there's like at least a month or two. You're gonna have to wait for that to actually be utilized around the world. It's not gonna. It takes a long time. So So we gotta wait on that one. But with that said, let's look at the initial reactions from the networks. We'll start with the fun one. This is Fox News, and this is Trey Gowdy and his response to this. He doesn't look like he's having a great time processing what is happening right now.
Sandra, it's wonderful to see you. I was a little surprised, honestly. I mean, we literally had our foot on their throat, militarily, economically, and I read this MOU, if you will, I guess about 48 hours ago, and I didn't believe it. I thought somebody was spoofing me when I saw it, because I see what we're giving up, and then I see this word downblend, and I'm not the smartest guy in the world, Sandra, but if you can downblend, then you can upblend. And how long would it take Iran to upblend? Because Donald Trump is going to be gone in January 2029, but the so-called supreme leader is not going to be. So here's my question for my fellow citizens. Do you really think Iran has abandoned its nuclear ambition? Do you believe them? What do you think they're going to do with the $300 billion? What are they going to do with the oil revenue? You think they're going to build schools? You think they're going to build, like, they're going to make women's lives better? Or
yeah, because that's how they function. That's how their culture functions. We bombed and blew up all their schools. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. You're thinking like a Western entity, right? If we were to be packaged $300 billion, we wouldn't spend it on schools. No. So we assume the worst of the other guys too. But no, they actually would. That's the point. But really the point is that you can feel it, like this idea that we have to pay them now. What the hell? Well, yeah, that's actually that's the best part. Shouldn't come from the taxpayers, that's for sure. But on a principle level, abso-freaking-lutely, you're paying them the $300 billion. That needs to happen. Will it happen? That's another story. It's just nice to see it in the bullet points, though. It's nice to see that. Okay, so this thing is legit. I mean, as far as the MOU being signed, what happens next? We can't say 100% on that. But just having this be dropped from the Iranian side, yes, you can clearly see both signatures now from both presidents officially signing this deal, which then puts the 60-day clock now into play. On the other end of that clock is when apparently we're going to have an actual deal. So again, this is not a deal. This is an intent to have a deal. Let's see how Ben Shapiro responds to this, because he don't look too happy either.
Well, I've said many times, the president deciding to go into Iran and to hit nuclear facilities in Operation Midnight Hammer, and then to go after Iran's ballistic missile facilities and nuclear facilities, Army, Navy, and Air Force in this current operation was the signal act of political bravery, perhaps, of my lifetime. With that said, this MOU appears to be, just from the text, a disaster that does not achieve any of the actual signal goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. There were effectively 5 goals that were set by the administration at the beginning. One was ending the nuclear program, not just nuclear weapons, no nuclear enrichment, zero enrichment. That is not in the deal. Ballistic missiles ended. That is not in the deal. And the president today suggested that ballistic missiles should actually continue to be held by the Iranians, because the Saudis, our allies, also hold ballistic missiles. Then you have the support of terrorism. That is not part of the deal. Anything that looks like an attempt to end terrorism. A permanent opening of the Strait of Hormuz toll-free. Not only is that not in the deal appears to have a provision allowing Iran and Oman to attempt to toll the strait after 60 days. And then finally, the idea that Iran would receive some sort of sanctions relief after all of those things happen. We are already seeing from day one relief in their ability to ship oil out of Iran. In my opinion, the Vice President of the United States, the chief negotiator on this particular project, has not well served the president.
So just to clarify.
So in this very short period of time, Ben Shapiro has checked every box, right? First, he reminds everybody that it was the most courageous thing ever by any president ever to bomb Iran on day one from February 28th, murdering all those schoolgirls, and everything he's done since, the death and destruction outline the whole way, never actually making clear why we were doing it, changing it every day. But Ben Shapiro has to spell out 5 different reasons we were doing it. It would have been a little more I would say, giving the American people a little more respect, if at least the Trump administration could have bullet pointed it so eloquently, the way Ben Shapiro just eloquently put it together, because we never actually had it put together, ever. It was just death and destruction, back and forth. What are we doing? Nobody could do it. They really should have hired him to be the spokesperson the whole time, because at least it sounds like something important's happening, even though it isn't. And then, of course, he throws JD Vance under the bus at the end, which is, I guess this is the fall guy for this botch deal. And it's botch is in the sense that if you're one of the elite Western warmongers, it's a totally botched deal. If you're for taking down the Epstein class, it actually is a good one. It's a really good one. So I guess if I'm flipping channels, and like everybody loves to say, I watch all of them, I want to get all of the opinions from all of the networks. So I'm flipping from Fox. Okay, they're pretty upset. Well, maybe if I flip to MSNBC, MSN Now or Later, or whatever the hell they call themselves now, they're going to have something great to say about the fact that this thing is done. And maybe, who knows? Let's see what their opinion is. It's got to be a different side of things, right? Because I like to get both sides of everything. Let's check it out.
Characterize this kind of settlement other than the Iranians got what they wanted, the Americans didn't, and that's where we're going from here.
And then, Hagar, what does that mean for the Lebanese?
Yeah, it's a disaster, actually, in so many ways. So Tom mentioned here.
It's a disaster for the Lebanese. Because why? Because Netanyahu won't follow this and the entire thing's going up in smoke, right? That's what you're going to tell your viewers, right? Because that's the truth of the disaster part for Lebanon is that Netanyahu and his gang are not going to abide by it. But maybe you have a different take on what the disaster means.
That the Israelis are now being held back. And it sounds, a lot of people, it sounds like a ceasefire would be a good thing, right? Normally that sounds like something you'd want in Lebanon or anywhere. But
Yes. Israel being held back is a good thing. How are you going to spin that?
Fact is that if we focus on Lebanon specifically, it's not there's no deal. Everybody was told to stop shooting, to put their arms down. We've now told one of our most important allies in the world that we don't want them defending themselves.
We don't want them murdering everybody around them aimlessly for no good reason. That's what we're telling them. They're not going to listen. That's the problem. But go ahead with your dishonest BS report.
The strike that Trump condemned over the weekend was a strike that was after a terrorist, a Hezbollah terrorist, wanted by the United States for having killed 5 Americans, kidnapped and killed 5 Americans, Mohammed Daktouk. And here we are telling our ally that strike.
Here we are telling Netanyahu, stop blowing up apartment buildings where there's innocent people, which is shocking that he said that. Shocking. But here we are at MSNBC, and we've been holding Trump accountable this whole time. So you're going to say this is wrong for him to say that? The wrong part is that it's not going to be listened to, not that he said it. So the idea that the MSNBC audience is going to come away from this saying that the Lebanese got screwed if Netanyahu backs off and does what Trump said, which he won't. But if he did, this is the problem. You have this is the problem, and your audience is the 3 people watching this, they're gonna believe this garbage.
It should have never happened because the Iranian regime gets shaky about it because they're the ones suddenly that have the strength to negotiate from a position of strength. In Lebanon specifically, when you have a ceasefire that doesn't detail how Hezbollah is going to get disarmed, who's doing the disarmament, what happens with Israel, what are the terms of their withdrawal, what's the relationship between the Lebanese and Israeli militaries, what is the role of the U.S. military, it's a disaster because it emboldens Hezbollah to go out there. And by the way, they already are going out there saying, you see, it's the Iranians that brought us peace. It's us who are bringing you peace. No one in Lebanon believes it, but now they're going to the extent of threatening coups against the government, saying that the Lebanese government that did everything it could to separate itself from the Iranian regime, to pursue peace talks because they know it's in their national security interest, to say, you know what? This government doesn't represent us, and we don't want any kind of peace talks with Israel. It is a disaster.
So then what motivates the president?
What an absolute joke of a commentary of analysis. This absolute disgusting joke. And if you guys don't know that all of the networks, all these fake ass networks aren't owned by the same people, and that this is some sort of you're getting a different perspective here. What a psychotic joke that is. That we're letting down the Lebanese people and making Israel in a position where they can't defend themselves and all that other garbage she said. But this is what you get when you watch the mainstream media. If you want the real truth about it, turn that shit off. All right, guys. And that's why we got to bring you this so you understand it's a real fake news update, not brought to you by Pfizer. Okay, let's go ahead and move on we're gonna get into more of the story now, guys, because we're gonna look at the stuff that the mainstream ain't covering it. So let's bring back to the show. Help us out with this one. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back Craig Pasta JARDULA.
Hold on, let me get that right there. There we go.
Oh, come on now. Are we really doing that?
Tastes like victory. Tastes like victory.
All right. Hey, you know what? Enjoy, my friend. Everyone gets one.
Oh, even if you gotta wait 53 years to get it. Jeez.
Everyone gets one. I mean, that's if you look at the last 8 years, everyone gets one.
I don't know if the Jets are gonna get one.
Well,
Jesus.
Well, I meant every NBA team has been getting one. No one's done a back-to-back. So I'm gonna let you know. Enjoy.
When's
this
the last
one.
Back-to-back? The Lakers with Shaq?
No, the last back-to-back was Warriors against the Cavs. 2017, 2018. So for 8 full years, it's been a different team every single year for 8 years. So there you go.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what happens with Giannis now, because I think there was a lot. If the Knicks had gotten eliminated, like after the Knicks had lost game 2, I shut my computer and said, well, let's just go get Giannis and stop this shit. And then they went on that crazy, run shortly after and now have the title. So I don't think we'll see Giannis there, but who knows where he'll go? He might go to LA, right?
Yeah.
Well,
he's on a short list. LA's on the short list. But I think it might be Miami. That's what it's looking like. But
that's what everybody's saying. Miami. Well, who's he going to be next to? What's his name? Adebayo?
Yeah, the guy that did the 80-something. Yeah.
Yeah, but Kobe's 80 was different because Kobe was actually scoring. Bam was shooting free throws.
Yeah.
Totally different.
Totally different. And appreciate we appreciate each thing when we experience it and we're there to see it. So anyways, okay, let's get into this MOU, because you and we covered this first on Truthwire a few days ago when it first came into play, and I think we've been pretty spot on how things were going to transpire. I think the only thing we got wrong here was that the signing, we knew they were going to do the ceremony is supposed to be tonight, tomorrow morning. There was a little preemptive, like, let's just sign it first. So that happened yesterday. Now they're going to have that ceremony tomorrow. But we knew this was all going to go down because it's just an MOU. It's all it is. It's not, there's so many factors in play that have to happen over the next 60 days for this to actually transpire into an actual deal. This is just an intent to have a deal. But it is interesting to see how people are responding. Let's start with Trump and his speech at the G7 after the signing. It's pretty remarkable, and I would love your take on this, Pasta. Why now? Why is he saying these things now about it?
Because now it's time to blame the Jews.
Well, I guess our president has become kind of an anti-something, but let's see how that looks here. Okay, here we go.
See that when you see the agreement, but it's appropriate that we release the agreement, and we did send a copy to Israel, by the way. They've been a good partner. Again, I think they could do better with respect to Hezbollah. I'm not saying they shouldn't protect themselves. I'm saying when 2 drones are shot into the desert and drop harmlessly, you don't have to knock down buildings in Beirut. They could behave better. And frankly, they could do a better job.
Look at Lutnick next to him. Isn't he? Yeah. He's usually smiling, like laughing every time Trump. He ain't smiling and laughing now. He looks very uncomfortable. But keep an eye on him. Here's some more.
I love them as a partner. They were terrific, but they could do a much better job with Hezbollah. On that, I don't think they're doing well, and I feel very bad for Lebanon. Lebanon's been, it was a great culture. They had the professors, the doctors, the lawyers. It was an incredible culture, maybe the highest in the Middle East for years and years, centuries. And for the last 50, 60 years, they have been just trashed. They have been living in hell.
Wow. He sounds like he should be wearing have a Free Palestine sign up, because those are the literal talking points, right? Acknowledging the people that are murdered, like, for no good reason, saying, like, why do you have to go around to every apartment complex? I mean, he might as well. Why stop there? Why don't you add in the hospitals, the churches, the refugee camps, the targeting of babies. I mean, you could do a whole list. You might as well at this point, right? But I got to pass here, man. What do you? Why is he doing this now? Is this just because it's on the top of his head and he hasn't thought it through, or does it really matter because words are words? But he's doing it. Look at his two neocon psychopaths standing next to him. I mean, and they have to stand there and act like that they agree with any of this, which neither of them do at all. This is like, how dare you say you feel bad for the Lebanese people? Wow. Just wow.
Yeah. Well, this is all kabuki theater. Once again, I use that term all the time. All this shit was scripted, whatnot. And they knew they would, at one point they would pull the plug. I mean, this is obviously for once again, you know, now you're going to see so many news analysts out there. Finally, Donald Trump is finally coming around. It took him so long, but at least he came around. And, you know, and JD Vance is going to be running with that torch, and this is to push him through. And meanwhile, we'll be looking at these issues, forgetting that he represents Peter Thiel and the technocrats. You know, I mean, this is the scapegoating at one point, and the way you saw it happen, eventually they were going to turn around and they're going to blame everything on the Jews. And it's not going to be the blame it on the Zionists, but the Jews will pay for it, right? Like at the end of the day, in World War II, it wasn't Jewish supremacists who got thrown into those concentration camps and killed, right? It was everyday average Jewish people, poor Jewish people that took the brunt of what was going on. And that's what's going to happen right now again. So who knows what they have scripted for us and what's going on. I mean, I believe everything that we heard about World War II. I don't know if you've gone back, and I don't want to encourage it and stuff, but if you haven't gone back and listened to it, we listened to the show the other day, you know, what Hitler was talking about towards the end. You know, I mean, obviously he lost his fucking mind, and what happened in Russia and him getting a split on both ends kind of was the beginning of the end. The Italians couldn't handle the Greeks on one side and had to split forces. But, I mean, you know, they can switch things. They can turn on a dime. They can present one thing and have another. So who knows what's scripted for us? But I you know, I've been saying this for quite some time. You know, I don't believe it's them sitting at the top of everything. I believe this is about global elites, and they will manipulate things the best they can. Israel is at an all-time fucking low as far as approval ratings. The world is against Israel. They don't like what they've done. So now's the time to turn. And now this is going to help the United States, you know, get away, almost skate away scot-free. He's saying all this shit. You have the nerve to say all this shit when it's been, even JD Vance admitted this too as well. And he, you know, you're going to tell the truth while you're presenting some fucking lies that 2/3 of every single bomb that you had came from us. For how long? This is not news. This is not brand new news. This has been known for quite some time. Why is he saying it now? That should be the question.
That is the question. Why now? And regardless of who's pulling the strings behind the scenes, this does set a precedent of new territory. We have not lived through this in our lifetime. We've not lived through this turn of responsibility, blame, like you said, who's going to be thrown, what the people that will be thrown under the bus here at some point. Is that what's being set up? At the same time, it doesn't look like maybe anything might change. These are just vocal optics to keep people going, oh, can you believe what he just said? And then it's the same policy. So you got to look at the policy, right? We still have Congress actively pushing to unite the militaries of both nations. They have them uniting the spy surveillance state, like legally on paper, legislatively. So like that's happening at the same time. So these are just words. If we can legally be considered the same country on paper, then what's the difference? This might be setting up the new Republican Democrat scheme. We would be the U.S. will be the new Democrat party, and Israel will be the new Republican party, and you would just have that little battle because we're the same freaking country now, based on the paperwork that's being signed into legislation right now. So there's that. So you talked about timing, but let's play the clip. Here's the JD Vance doubling down here, calling out Israel, or at least for taking some responsibility of this relationship. And you were not allowed to do this before. You're still not allowed to do this. If you're us, we can't do this. If you're Palestine activists, they can't do this. But apparently the president and the vice president can.
The Axios report, that Netanyahu is fuming. That's not reflective of the conversations that I've had with him, but maybe he's saying something to somebody else that he's not saying to me. What I will say, and this does bother me, is that you have seen people within Bibi's cabinet who have come out and attacked the deal, and in some ways very personally attacked the President of the United States. And I guess my message to them would be twofold. Number one, Donald J. Trump is the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world's superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world. And the second message I would give to some of those cabinet members, Bibi, to his credit, has not gone down this path, but to some of these cabinet members in Israel who are attacking the President of the United States, the other thing that I would say is that over the last 3 months, 2/3 of the defensive weapons that have protected your homeland have been built by American hands and paid for by American tax dollars. The problem for Israel is not Donald J. Trump. And anybody in Israel who thinks their biggest problem is the President of the United States needs to wake up and smell the reality of the situation that country is in. Thank you all.
So Vance is all, I mean, he's basically aligning himself with Trump here. He's also the one taking the flack for being the person that allowed a deal to go through. And again, it's just a memorandum of intent, or, you know, what's going to happen in the future. Yeah. But in this deal, we're seeing, and we went through this on Truthwire, there's 14 points, 13 of them in which we have to do things, only one in which Iran has to do something, and that thing had already been done. They just have to reiterate it, which is no intent to have nukes. Everything else is we have to do. So yeah, you could say that it's the worst negotiation possible, and that they're blaming it on JD Vance. So I think that's another reason why he needs to stand with Trump on this language right now, as far as Israel needs to, you know, understand their relationship here and what we've done for them. And I think you're also saying, Trump and JD Vance are kind of saying under their breath, we've put our own personal legacies out in front for you. We've done this thing for you. Like, we're on the line for you. We did this. And everybody in Congress has. We've been bowing down to you this whole time. So, yeah, no. But that's being said publicly. And I don't think we've seen this type of volume of this. I can't imagine when we've ever seen this before from people in political office in this country, Republican or Democrat. We've never really seen this. So it's a new time.
Well, the Democrats got to hold on to the whole Obama deal, right? And they got to kind of make this the deal that they're looking. And globally, this is a great deal for everybody on the planet. This is the Epstein cabal getting beat back down. We went over the clauses. So many of them lean towards what Iran wanted. You know, definitely a lot more things that they have, more assets to look forward to after this whole situation than before it started. So, you know, they're going to look at this and they're going to use this against Donald Trump. But it sucks because they're going to use it in such a negative way, as if to say, you know, no matter what, yeah, Iran was a terrorist. We didn't have to go bomb them, but we still didn't want them, you know, growing and having money in the regime. You'll hear them use the word regime. And look what Obama did. Obama had such a great deal. He hardly gave them any money. They had to go do this. They had to do that. So this is going to be something for them to campaign on, where they're going to spell this deal you know, as bad. And, you know, listen, the way Donald Trump talked about the whole situation with Barack Obama and the JPCOA or whatever it is, you know what I'm saying? They're going to, you know, they're going to spin this. And, you know, I mean, look at the way Donald Trump talked about it. He talked about all this stuff that Barack Obama did with Iran was letting them get away with the murder. Well, what is this? You're cracking them off a lot of money. You're giving them control of the Strait of Hormuz. You're going to have to move your bases and get them out of there. I mean, we have to see the small writing. Well, who knows? Maybe this is all just a stalling technique, and they're not going to do it because he did mention that if they don't go along with it, they're going to bomb you. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, this could be so many things. But right now, what's not been talked about more than anything is those Epstein files are still kind of out there, and we've been distracted with this dance left and right, and they just keep on, you know, digging deeper into the bag of tricks and pulling something out. So I wouldn't be fooled with anything. It's not justification for Donald Trump and JD Vance or anybody else to come around now and start pointing the finger at Israel. Israel was able to do everything they've been able to do for the past several years when it came to bombing women and children, whether it be in Lebanon, Gaza, Iran, is because the United States gave them the weapons to do so. At the end of the day, we shouldn't trust anybody like that. Just like we shouldn't trust people like Tucker Carlson, who promoted Donald Trump. And even though he's coming around and saying, hey, you know, I was wrong with not, he's going to start pushing Peter Thiel's sock puppet in JD Vance. And you can watch that. This what it looks like to me more than anything is a pivot towards JD Vance. I don't know. And getting Peter Thiel in there.
It's hard to say it's a pivot all the way. I believed that more a week ago, but being that there's a lot of people pointing fingers at him right now, including Ben Shapiro, who seems to have at least a little tiny bit of influence with the Zio MAGAs. And, you know, he's saying that JD Vance botched this whole thing. Here's a clip from him.
Yeah.
The administration seems to be playing, and Vice President Vance, who is the chief negotiator, make no mistake, the vice president was the chief negotiator here. He and Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner were the guys negotiating the deal. They're the ones who allegedly are doing all the background briefings. They're doing all of the public defense of the deal. Vance is the lead on this. JD Vance is playing a bit of a game here when it comes to how this deal ought to be perceived. So just a couple of days ago, on June 12th, 5 days ago, he was going after people who were critical about rumors of the deal. And we've been saying the entire time, we weren't going to judge the deal until we saw the text. We could judge the tea leaves. We could judge the comments that were being made about the deal. We could talk about the media reports. But on June 12th, the vice president said, you're not allowed. You should stop paying attention to quote unquote unconfirmed media reports or to the things the Iranians are saying on their social media posts. Apparently we should believe what IRGC is pledging to the United States in terms of, nuclear development or opening the strait, but we shouldn't believe what they say in social media, but fine. So the vice president was making the case that until we see the text, we shouldn't judge. Well, now the text is pretty obviously out. JD Vance said that they had not yet released the text because of diplomatic sensitivities in the Muslim world. Well, that's weird because you know who actually has released the text? Al Arabiya, which is a Saudi outlet, MERS, which is an Iranian outlet. It seems like the administration is the party that is very, very reluctant to release the text. So here he was literally yesterday saying that the reason that the text hasn't been released yet, he doesn't really know. It's all a mystery. Here we go.
Well, we're not going to play that clip, but we've seen JD Vance have to go on these outlets. He's had to.
Yeah, but it's the Zionists that are within the MAGA movement that are attacking him. That's what they want. The American First Zionists are the ones who are going to be supporting him. The Robert Barnes, the Leandra Johnnies, all those people are waiting. Like, oh, now he's here. They're going the Tucker Carlsons. Those are the people that are not giving JD criticism. Those are the ones that are actually lifting him up and praising him for doing these things. They want the Zionists, the Mark Levins, the Shapiros. They want them to be mad at JD Vance, because that is the pivot right now where he's going to separate himself from Donald Trump maybe the one who pushed Donald Trump, because they've been saying about that guy for so long. They've been praising JD Vance for so long. So
you elevate JD Vance as the new face of MAGA.
Exactly.
How the hell do you get rid of all the Zio money and influence and APACs and all that? You can't. That's a tough. I mean, yeah, you might as well have elevated Massey. Why spend all the money getting rid of Massey if you're saying JD Vance is going to be the one challenging that into the next cycle? That's a tall order.
Did you think that JD Vance was principled?
No, it's not about. It's about the packaging. How do you package a guy who's now being criticized?
This is all fake, dude. This is all bullshit. This is fucking elitist, fucking globalist money. This is the push to technocrats. This is to get us into the track and trace systems that we have. This is everything we've been talking about Palantir. This is about putting us all on the grid. How do you further that? You get them in that. The technocrats have more money than the Zionists. They have huge amounts of money.
They have more money than the Adelson heiress. Yeah. Okay.
I mean, they got unlimited. I mean, look how much money that Elon Musk has now. Elon Musk will be pushing JD Vance. Watch.
That's watch. Yeah. You know what? I would buy that. Yes. Well, let's look at the people in the Israel camp. How insane they have been since this dropped. It's out, and you mentioned Mark Levin. Let's listen to his dropping the nuke line. It's time to talk about nukes, and we ain't talking about Iran. We're talking about Israel.
Strongly disagree with something the president said today. I heard him say one other time too, which is if we hadn't attacked Iran, Israel would not exist. It would have been destroyed. That's simply not true. It's simply not true. For 12 days, Israel fought a year ago against the Iranian regime before we did. destroyed its ground-to-air missiles, destroyed its Soviet and / Russian radar systems, destroyed much of its air force, destroyed much of any of its defenses for 12 days. We went in on the 13th day with our great bombers and those bombs, and we hit those nuclear sites. But Israel has some very, very powerful weapons that it has not used. I don't know this firsthand. Just go online and read about it. It's a secret that's not so secretive. And they've had him for decades. Israel will survive. Period.
So he brought up the nukes. This is a suggestion of there will be retaliation. But let's back to back that with this, which is an actual tweet Netanyahu put out, that he is in a work meeting with the head of the Mossad. Wow. What a great, we talk about timing. Interesting time to have a sit down with the head of the Mossad. I wonder what you could be talking about. Here's a few thoughts on it from two people from different parts of the spectrum, right? You got Candace saying whose assassination is being planned this time around. Anna Kasparian says planning the next false flag. So, I mean, these are just, this is all timing, right? We talked about why is all that going out right now? Is this, these are, is this more optics, part of the theater of it? But the fact that they're able to suggest nukes and it's not, you know, if we talk about Israel having nukes, like, what do you, that's not, you can't say that, but they can, and then they can have an open meeting with the Mossad. It's not, just a friendly chat. We're just having a friendly chat. Before we respond, I'm going to play one more clip because this might be the most serious thing, because we know that when things go out in Israel itself, in their media, and when it's said in Hebrew, those are the things that we need to pay the most attention to, including this clip from Smotrich. He's talking about the IDF, the occupation forces are he's saying they will be ignoring this deal. That you can count on it. They're going to continue doing, and we called this out, they're going to continue doing what they're doing, which in a sense is breaking this deal, which will make the whole thing obsolete and not relevant. So here he is. The purpose of this cabinet meeting, we will not expand. We stand by our freedom of action in Lebanon. We will not allow the subjects here. And I say, yes, we are maintaining the IDF's full freedom of action in Lebanon. We are also maintaining the security. Well, we're continuing to cleanse them of the terrorist infrastructure. We've never done such in-depth cleaning and cleansing in the entire region. There's a very large and wide security, well, sterile and clean farm, including the Barefoot, including the Tar Ridge. We now have control. They have control of all these places. The IDF is ready to move the threats from the residents and keep applying it. They're basically going to keep going. So they're threatening that if we continue to attack Lebanon, they will attack us. Okay, this is it. Now they are saying that they are demanding an Israeli withdrawal by Friday. Is there a situation where pressures Trump's will bend us from our hearts? No, there will be no retreat. Not until Friday and not after Friday. And here I want to say a good word to the prime minister. Look, I see all the opposition keyboard chicks, keyboard heroes talk about, and I know all of them, all the alternatives of the system pressure that our government, and especially the one who heads it, are facing these days, are standing bravely in the ability to navigate not towards the rape one-on-one hand. Let's stand on ours. On the other hand, it is amazing in my eyes that it's all of credit to see the government. I think we need to strengthen there, and we all will continue to stand on this, and we need to tell the truth. And here we are, great achievements in this war, in all the areas we have been in the war for 2.5 years, and they have not stopped. And the purpose of this, okay, then it just goes on from there. Okay, so the heart of that, the meat and potatoes of what he's saying is, we're not listening to this now. We're not going to listen to it on Friday. We're not going to listen to it after Friday. And that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, you could stay tuned. We don't know what's to happen, right? At the end of the day, if they can blame the Zionist entity for everything, wrap them up, get rid of them, then there's a lot of blame that won't be put upon a lot of the global elites from the West who aren't necessarily Zionists. They might be Zionist friendly via Christianity, whatnot, but there's a lot of people within the empire, a lot of the technocrats who will not take a lot of blame for this, and they'll just continue to do what they've been doing for quite some time. People like Peter Thiel, people like Elon Musk, and I'm saying that should be just as guilty, held to just the same level of guilt as a lot of these Israelis of doing what they're doing, because they couldn't have done these things without Peter Thiel's software in Gaza, without Starlink's fucking, web services and their fucking internet. Like, these things were a part of the whole shenanigans to kill all these innocent people. But yet only one group is going to take the blame. And that, to me, it looks like they're setting up the Israelis to do so. I don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. We got to see, we got to see. But be prepared, because it could be anything at this point.
It could be anything. There's just to remind everyone, there's a 60-day clock that goes into effect. Some were saying it starts Friday at the ceremony, but it might have already started now, since both signatures have actually happened on the page. Whatever the case may be, we're going to have to wait the next 2 months to see if there's actually a deal that's going to be signed. This is not an actual deal. This is just an intent to have a deal. But make no mistake, the thing that J.D. Vance was, I think, trying to stall out, because there's been a lot of stalling going on this entire time, understanding that when the American people see the points on this memorandum, that they're going to be very confused as to why we took this long to get something that looks so bad on paper, at least for the war machine, the Epstein class. It looks really bad on paper. So we'll leave it at that for now.
Matt, how many things that are being said now by people that are getting credit for saying it, that are things that have been said by people for so long? When it comes to the state of Israel, I still think about what Minister Farrakhan was talking about for so long, and he was dubbed an anti-Semite. Cynthia McKinney spent days in an Israeli prison when she took the first flotilla out there. This shit has been news for some people for quite some long, and they were the anti-Israel, pro-Gazan people were the first to be censored on the internet back in the days, right? And there were a lot of anti-imperialist leftists that you wouldn't even know were not popular, whatever, and now you have a group of people nowadays, and surprisingly so, the people who are getting the most credit for saying these things, the anti-Zionist mentality, are conservatives that are still somewhat pro-imperialist, pro-capitalist, anti-immigrant, pro-Christian. You know what I'm saying? It's like you have to look at what they are, not just what they're not. They're very vocal that they're not Zionist. Good, I got it. But, why are they getting so much credit for saying this stuff now? Well, it seems like to me that it's a sheep herding operation, and they are the narrative management group that's going to lead you along, because it's the other things they want to make sure they keep intact. Yeah. So it's just keep your eyes and the ears open, folks, because we don't know what this is going to transition into. It could be anything at this point.
Yeah, agreed. All right, Pasha, thanks for helping us out on this one. This has been a monster of a story. I appreciate you guys, your coverage on it on Truthwire, and helping us out here on Homeless Left as well. Let everyone know what you have going on coming up.
Pasta to Go morning show 8 to 10. We had episode 18 today, or 19. I can't remember. It might have been 19. We're about to finish up 4 weeks of the morning show from 8 to 10. People are calling on in. We're having a good time. We have a different co-host every day of the week. On Tuesdays, we do Nico House. On Wednesday, Karen Kwiatkowski. Those are amazing shows, by the way, with Karen. Lieutenant Colonel, retired Lieutenant Colonel. She used to work for the Pentagon. So she goes on Judge Knapp on Tuesdays, and our show on Wednesday. It's really a privilege to have her on. On Thursdays, we usually do Kyle Anzalone. He was on assignment on vacation. We had actually singer-songwriter Tatiana Moroz come on today. Had a fun show. And on Fridays, Andrew Zigman. So we've been having a fun time over there. If you're up at 8 o'clock, 8 to 10, put on Pasta to Go, Pasta, the number 2, and go on our YouTube or our Rumble, and come check us out and have fun.
Oh, yeah. Before you go, there's a super chat for you from Chris. Pasta! There you
What's
go.
Up, Allegre? What's up, buddy? Good
Awesome.
to see you.
Awesome. All right.
Love you, Matt. Thanks for having me on, man.
You too, man. We'll
it.
stay in touch. Okay. And go Knicks. I'm saying that for you. Saying that. I had to throw in a go Knicks right at the end for Pasa. But you guys know how we feel about what's going on out there. We won't get into that today. You guys go back and watch our segments we've done on the New York Knicks fans outside of the stadium, all that stuff. It's all up on our channels. You guys can check out The Homeless Left, Rumble on YouTube as well. But you guys know YouTube, you got to do it like this. It's THL Presents on YouTube. The Homeless Left on YouTube doesn't exist. It doesn't have a right to exist, apparently, as according to Google. They told us it doesn't have, because we make the community unsafe. Therefore, we have no right to exist. So I guess they must be, I guess we can start calling them anti-homeless, maybe anti-THL for saying we have no right to exist. Okay. And then you guys know we're on, this is the main channel of Rumble, but we are coming after the technocrats today. We certainly are. So guys, thank you, Rumble, for not pulling the plug on us, but we know you are guilty of the surveillance state and the digital ID age that we're in. So hold on to your seats, guys. We're going to be coming after all of them. We're just getting started. Okay, let's go ahead. Actually, I'm going to do one more. We got one more super chat here. Since we're on the topic, thanks for this, citizen. Iran has the right to defend itself. Yeah, you think? That's a new one. I don't believe we've heard that from an administration before. Any administration. Pasta will tell you, it's kabuki theater, which it probably is. But I'm just saying, at the same time, we've never heard anyone say that before from an administration. It's nice to hear, but we understand it's just words. Words are words. Action is action. Policy is policy. So let's see how the policy actually unfolds over the next 2 months with this so-called deal. Okay. On that note, we're switching gears right now, guys. Let's move on. We're very excited about bringing in our guest right now, and I'm very excited about this discussion. So he's a journalist, filmmaker, author, founder of the Conscious Resistance, co-founder of the Freedom Cell Network, the People's Reset Activation. Please welcome back to the show, DERRICK BROZE. Hey, Derek, good to have you back. Oh, you got the mic.
There we go. How about that? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Thanks for having me on, man.
Absolutely. And listen, I love all the work you've been doing. You like one of the most authentic, just tough, fingers in the dirt guy here, just doing the work, being consistent, and rolling through all the punches and keeping that authenticity consistent the whole way. I just want to just give you that shout out because it's very inspiring to the rest of us in this space. So thank you for doing that.
Absolutely.
And with that said, this topic came up, and we cover Hollywood on this show a lot. We're right here in Hollywood. We call it all their BS, all of the psyops and all the films, all the blockbuster films that manufacture consent. We go through them all the little things that are the little Easter eggs, as they say, that are put in on purpose. And we spent a lot of time with that. This film that had just come out, the Spielberg film, we're going to get into that one because I think we both saw it, and I saw you had a reaction to it. I was like, you know what? Let's have a discussion because this is a term we haven't used as much, but I want to start using it more. And we're talking about predictive programming. So let me pull up. This is an article. I'm just going to read an excerpt from it that you wrote a few years ago regarding predictive programming. And I think it's very important, and it comes into play right now. And it's been in play, I think, this whole time. So, and this is with TLAV. You wrote this. It's predictive programming, revelation of the method, and COVID-23. There's one. If you guys want to hear about the COVID-23, here we go. This is so when major events impact millions and even billions of people, there will inevitably be a wide range of opinions put forth to explain the crisis, from political explanations to religious testimonies. Thinkers from all walks of life seek to deconstruct those events which altered the lives of the masses. When it comes to what I will call the conspiracy research community, one theory often proposed is an explanation to the chaos of our world is known as predictive programming. When searching for specific definitions of this theory, you find derogatory analysis. True believers and the curious. And so this is the actual definition. The one in bold: predictive programming is a subtle form of psychological conditioning provided by the media to equate the public with planned societal changes to be implemented by our leaders. If and when these changes are put through, the public will already be familiarized with them and will accept them as natural progressions, thus lessening possible public resistance and commotion. That's very well said, and I think that this absolutely applies. Now, Derrick, tell us when you came up with that idea, and then how many of these times you've had to look back, and when do you think they started implementing this into our entertainment devices?
Yeah, well, first of all, I just want to make it clear, I'm definitely not the originator of this concept of predictive programming. It's been around since at least the last 16 years that I've been in this world. I've heard people say things like that, but it's definitely become, I guess you could say, a meme that has become more popular the last few years as art tends to reflect reality. And of course, there's this age-old question about, is art mimicking reality, or is reality, which is coming first? And so there's all sorts of ways, as I kind of allude to there, that people will just sort of downplay or dismiss in a derogatory fashion this idea that anything that we see in media, whether that's TV shows, books themselves, or obviously Hollywood films, that any of that, if it happens in real life, that there's any sort of there. People will say, oh, big deal. There's a lot of movies and there's a lot of storylines, and inevitably something from one of those might actually happen in real life. It doesn't mean that there's anything more to that. But I think more and more people are asking these questions when they see familiar storylines in pop culture, especially in the age of the internet, where people are just dissecting the last decades of history, and particularly pop culture. I think probably the most famous example of this, or suspected examples of this, would be The Simpsons, and the many, many different things in The Simpsons that people have seen storylines, and then, oh, look at this, like Donald Trump running for president in The Simpsons, and then it happens, things like that, right? And so there's that, there's The Simpsons. I give a few other examples in the article. There's things with the X-Files related to 9/11. And so you just start to see these kind of patterns emerging. And I think that it's a legitimate thing to ask questions, especially for those who have watched or are familiar with my documentary series and my book, The Pyramid of Power. When you really start to understand, I have a chapter, I think it's chapter 4, that's all about Hollywood and just the infiltration of the intelligence networks with the Hollywood film industry pretty much since the beginning. And the obvious ways we can see, like, for example, films like Top Gun or others that are meant to inspire and kind of pro-military sort of pro-empire movies, a lot of them in the 80s, and I feel like it's kind of on the way back. We can see the very obvious ways that Hollywood is intertwined with the surveillance state and with the government and even corporations, product placement, stuff like that, right? So it's clear, it's very clearly and obviously a tool for influencing public opinion and public perception. And so I don't think it's outlandish to ask, are these various interlocked forces which have a role in Hollywood, and maybe people who, like, let's say a writer or a director, just as one example, is privately in their own life is a Zionist, just as an example, and they would like to promote those types of agendas, then they would probably be open to working with intelligence networks who sought to promote a pro-Zionist or pro-American agenda, things like that, right? So it's nothing even really that conspiratorial. I think oftentimes it could just be the military, like some of the examples I've reported on in the past, the military coming into a Hollywood production, Avatar very famously, and saying, we'll let you use our military equipment, but in exchange, we get to have some say over your storyline as it pertains to how the military men and women are written about. And we've seen that happen in the Alias series from back in the day, a TV series. I mentioned Top Gun. There's a bunch of others you can find that there's public reporting on just the military and the intelligence networks playing a role. The CIA has a Hollywood division where they have liaisons who deal directly with Hollywood film studios. So it's not, I think, out of the equation, or it shouldn't be out of the equation to ask, are these movies, TV shows, and other forms of pop culture media being placed in front of us to either seed ideas about potential future agendas, or to, try to nudge us in a certain direction? I don't think it's really beyond the realm of possibility. I guess where predictive programming takes it a little bit further is to say that over the last decades, various forces within Hollywood and elsewhere have been seeding certain narratives in the pop culture that we all grew up watching, whether that was shows like The Simpsons or the X-Files, or even children programming, kids programming. And were those different agendas being seeded into our minds so that when they eventually do happen, like for example, in the case of 9/11, there's this sort of like taking the edge off where it's not as intense as a hit. Like obviously those things impact us, but it's almost like our psyche is familiar with them in some way and is kind of prepared for them. So, that goes off into a little bit more esoteric area, but that's generally the idea of predictive programming. As I say, it's been around as far back as I could find. I think in that article you referenced, I think I talked about some people writing about it in the 80s, maybe even the 70s. So, but there, it's now kind of come into understanding like this concept is predictive programming. And in that article, the reason I was writing about it at the time is because there was this movie that came out during COVID. I can't remember it off the top of my head, but
Songbird. I have it right here.
Songbird. Yeah.
This is the film. And I remember when this film was doing, because you put the timeline there. They apparently got the script in March, right when the lockdown started. They got the casting right away. They got everybody lined up. And I know this because being here, the auditions went out. We were all locked down. We weren't even allowed to leave our houses. And here we are in the Hollywood realm. They're sending auditions out saying, do you know anyone who can do and send this right to the director from your computer? This is the start of doing auditions from home. It started with this film where we're not seeing you in person. You're going to audition from your home and you're going to do we need to have testimonials of people that are in the lockdown. If we like you, we're going to use it in the film. And this was the film. At the end of the audition, to upload it, you had to also put your COVID card that you got vaxxed in case there was a calling where you needed to be in public. We needed to know at some point there had to be that, I think, or it was some sort of, or maybe that was the next event that happened after, but they always wanted to make sure you were following the rules. So I think it may have been too early before the vax when the audition was announced, but they always wanted to make sure that if you were going to participate, you had to follow the rules to do it. So I thought that was interesting. And you put this in the article, and I just like this movie will tell us about the references in here, because it's pretty phenomenal that they had the audacity to put this out during that summer or that year of 2020.
Yeah, I mean, well, like you mentioned, the auditions came together really quickly. Apparently, the filming of it, the storyline, the writing. I mean, you don't have to be deep in a Hollywood production to understand the amount of time that typically goes from writing a script, editing it, fleshing it out, pitching that, getting funding, getting financing, getting a Hollywood studio, doing casting calls for actors, and then finally, eventually getting on the set. This doesn't happen in a matter of months typically, but they were able to apparently really quickly get this script. My guess is it was already written, and put it together and then release it kind of at the height of COVID. And it is, I mean, it's taken directly from the headlines of the day and all the worst fears that many of us had about the biomedical police state. And so there's people in the film who have to I think they're doing a breath scanning thing or a face scanning, and it says red means you're negative, you're positive for it, and you're going to be quarantined. Green means you're good to go. And they talk about quarantine zones. Everybody has to show a vaccine passport if they do travel, and if you do get found to be sick, then they have these quarantine teams that come and take you from your home and drag you away to quarantine camps. And so, like I said, it was really playing on a lot of the worst fears of things that we did see. I mean, there were quarantine camps in Australia. There was plans for quarantine camps from the CDC during COVID. And so for me, watching that happen, I just felt like I needed to write this article about it and kind of use that as an example to talk about this bigger picture of predictive programming. Now, thankfully, and this is, I think, an important piece of the discussion here, thankfully, the film was not very well received, and it didn't go viral. It wasn't good at all. Yeah, it wasn't a good movie. I watched it just because of, I'm a nerd for these things and it's curious, just like the same way I watched Disclosure Day. But it didn't hit. It didn't go viral. Wasn't a box office hit and big budget or anything, big revenue producer or anything like that. So it just kind of came and went. Now, imagine that it had been a better film and it had become mega viral. I don't know, maybe they use these types of films as a way to sort of gauge where the public's at. It could have been just too in your face, like, oh my God, we're literally going through COVID and you guys are putting out a documentary about medical tyranny and stuff like that. Maybe they're like, no, it's too early. Like, I don't know. Like I said, I don't claim to know those things, but I wouldn't be surprised if certain films are put out into the public psyche in order to sort of gauge where we're at and to see how accepting the public is of certain narratives. Nevertheless, the film came and went, and we've moved on. But predictive programming continues absolutely to this day. And then the other piece I'll mention, we don't have to get a whole lot into this, but it's one thing I do talk about in the article, is this other concept of revelation of the method that people tend to relate towards secret societies like the Freemasons and whatever name you want to give this cabal. I call them the predator class or the pyramid of power. That at the highest levels, the people sort of operating these plans almost feel like maybe one way to phrase it, perhaps clumsily, would say that it's a spiritual law of some sort, that they feel like they have to reveal their plans and sort of put them in our faces in order to basically, I guess, wash their hands of it and say, look, we're showing them our plans, we're telling them, and they're too stupid to see it. I don't know, about that, but it is an interesting concept that does seem to tie into predictive programming when people are like, well, why? Why would they broadcast their plans? What would be the point of this? It could be what I was just saying a moment ago, to sort of study and gauge public reaction to certain ideas. And it also could be this revelation of the method idea that it's kind of like, you have to invite the vampire in type thing. Like they're going to tell us the plans and put it right in our faces. And if we don't do anything about it and we're too stupid to stop it, then, well, they told us, so they're free of, any kind of guilt.
I would say it's got to be a little of all of that. It all comes into play, right? Because you're talking about getting the public used to something, playing with their subconscious. I thought of a movie that I didn't even think of at the time. It was like in 2000. It was one of these cartoons, Monsters Inc. And you go back, I was watching it. We pulled it up. Me and my wife were like, hey, let's check. This was like an old one, like from 25 years or 26 years ago. And you're looking at it and you're like, wait a minute. What the hell are they doing in this Pixar film? What are they? The movie is literally about monsters coming out of the closet that have to make kids afraid in the middle of the night. And if they can scare them enough, the kid there's a tube of red liquid. They could have made it any other color, but it's red juice that fuels the monster and gives it power to live. That's a cartoon for kids, and it was showing, and from the monster's perspective, how they kind of have to do this thing. Why make a thing about that in 2000 through Pixar? And I think all of these reasons come into play. There's a ritualistic element to it. There's a let's see if we can just insert it kind of in the background of people's heads. It kind of gives you that empathy to the monster if you need to understand why no one's going to jail for Epstein. Maybe there's something about, sometimes you have to do what you have to do. And we're all kind of monsters that have to survive. I don't know. So all these different programming techniques, but I also like the part you said about their testing. They want to see how we respond. So this failed COVID movie was a test, and they went too far. It was too literal, right? It's too literal to call something COVID-23 during the lockdown of 2020. They didn't get creative enough. Like The Simpsons gets creative. This is the mention from before. This is very effective. This is not coming out and telling you. It's subliminally putting the imagery right in your subconscious, right? It's right there. You're not thinking about it at the time, but it comes up later. And then, like you said, when the actual event happens, you go, oh, now I'm relieved because I had this weird idea it was going to be this end of the world, but we're actually okay. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I think you're right on point there, man. And that Simpsons one is so interesting. That was probably one of the first ones that I remember, even before, because it's become more of a meme now, and a lot more. And of course, unfortunately, because of AI, I've also seen fake Simpsons scenes out there. Yeah. So I do encourage people, do your research. Because the Simpsons have been around for what, I guess, almost 40 years now. Yeah. I guess 40 years coming up. There's a pretty good record of all the episodes that exist. So if you see a scene and somebody's claiming something, there are fake scenes out there. But nevertheless, even with what's real, starting with that 9/11 one and so many other references, I mentioned Trump and different things that have popped up over the years. And I think sometimes, of course, I think let's sort of take the most normie, charitable and favor of Hollywood's view. You could say, well, people are going to see signs and symbols if they look for them, right? And I think sometimes there might be cases where people are reaching and, look, this thing says this, and then this thing happened in real life. But there are other very clear examples, and that 9/11 one is so important because it wasn't just The Simpsons. I mentioned The X-Files. There's so many movies leading up to 9/11 and TV shows and magazines that people now in reflection have gone back and looked and see things like that. Either some that are more in your face, like movies where terrorists are planning to attack the World Trade Center. This wasn't an unknown idea. There was a 1993 World Trade Center bombing. So it wouldn't be that hard for a creative or not so creative Hollywood writer to say, okay, I'm going to write that into a movie. And then you get that sort of plot. So I don't think they all necessarily qualify about that. But in terms of the X-Files episode, which happened the year before 9/11, where they're literally having an episode where there's planes flying towards the Twin Towers. We can see the Twin Towers in the background. And at the last minute, Mulder and Scully kind of avert disaster, and they stop the plane from hitting the Twin Towers. And I don't think it's the Smoky Man, but it's one of the, you know, bad guys in the X-Files mythology who just has this really awesome and very transparent monologue just saying, when they're like, why would you do this? Why would you stage a terrorist attack? And he's like, if we stage a terrorist attack today, you know, there's going to be basically open, you know, hunting season on any dictator we choose, and we can relaunch the war on terror. And, you know, he talks about like the threat of communism isn't, you know, selling weapons anymore. We need a new threat. Like just this very obvious post 9/11 kind of argument for the war of terror. And there's things like that I don't think you can just dismiss.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You know, I think I found the clip. It's from it was March of 2001, the spinoff of X-Men or X-Files called The Lone Gunman.
The Lone Gunman,
this is the scene you just referenced. So you guys, this really aired. This really exists. And it aired months before the actual event.
We know it's a war game scenario, and it has to do with airline counterterrorism. Why is it important enough to kill for?
Because it's no longer a game.
If some terrorist group wants to act out this scenario, why target you for assassination?
Depends on who your terrorists are.
The men who conceived of it in the first place. You're saying our government plans to commit a terrorist act against a domestic airline?
There you go. Indicting the entire government as usual. It's a faction. A small faction.
For what possible gain?
The Cold War's over, John. But with no clear enemy to stockpile against, the arms market's flat. But bring down a fully loaded 727 into the middle of New York City, and you'll find a dozen tin pot dictators all over the world just clamoring to take responsibility and begging to be smart bombed.
Wow.
I mean, I don't know how you could outline what we saw after 9/11 any better than that.
And the motive and all of the analysis of it, like saying behind the scenes, this is why we do it. We need we need to create a new excuse for the weapons industry, for the arms industry, and this is how you do it. You do it to your own people. Duh. And so they're telling us on our own entertainment mechanism, which is our TVs. All of our TVs at that time had that on it, and so if people were watching it, they all processed it, and it went somewhere, right? It went somewhere in your brain.
Yeah.
You put it away, and then when you woke up that Tuesday morning of September 11th, and you saw the actual news showing you the two planes go, there's something that was already inserted in you that said something really major can happen, and then you watch it, and then it's just wow, man. It's like, so this is very advanced stuff they're doing to us, and they haven't stopped. And I think that's,
you know, can I just say one more thing on that one? I actually tried to track this down because, again, I don't like to just what we've put forth is essentially the literal definition of a conspiracy theory. There's some idea that this TV show, maybe somebody had a plan, the writers, well, those writers have names, right? So I looked up the writers who wrote that episode of that show. And you can actually find this, I'm sure it's still available online, where the writers were eventually questioned about this because the conspiracy theory, in the age of the internet, exploded, and they eventually heard about it. And somebody in some interview asked them about it. And of course, they downplayed it and just said, this was just a creative idea that we came up with of how, power works or something to that effect. Of course, they didn't admit they were paid by anybody or anything like that. But if people want to go to thepyramidofpower.net and watch chapter 4 of my Pyramid of Power documentary series, you can pick up the book there as well. Read or watch the episode on Hollywood and the intelligence and networks connection, the relationship that has been there since the beginning. It would not be that difficult for some liaison of a CIA office or maybe something more covert to communicate with a writer and to say, hey, this is a storyline we would like worked in somewhere. They're not going to tell them like, hey, we have this evil plan, put this in there so we can indoctrinate the masses. They might just say, look, there's this theory, this idea we're playing with, and we think this could be, a fun idea. Or just there's all sorts of ways that when you really start to understand that nexus of Hollywood and intelligence, that this could have been brought to the team of writers, or it could have just been, you know, Chris Carter, the producer, the creator of X-Files and the other shows, could have just said, hey guys, I got this idea. Somebody put this in a storyline, you know, something really subtle. And they don't think about it too hard. And then 20 years later, it turns into a viral conspiracy theory. And they're like, no, we just came up with that. My point being, we can't prove anything in terms of who they got the idea from or how, you know, if they're CIA agents themselves. But I do think they still deserve to, those questions still deserve to be asked. But I just wanted to make that clear that I have tried to, and others have tried to, like, let's follow this thread and see where it goes. And obviously nobody's admitting, yeah, I was paid by the CIA to put that in there. But, you know, that's where we're at.
Here's the way people can understand the analogy in a Hollywood film. We know how nepotism works. We know that when executive producers write a check to a film, they can stick their nephew into the cast. They can stick somebody into the crew. And then you find out that person was unqualified to be in there. And years later, you say, well, who was responsible for that? So it's the same thing. As writers, you have things inserted that have to be there. That's the way it works. So like Derrick, like you're saying, we have the way to prove it 100%, but we need people to understand that are looking at this to know that that's how Hollywood works. You don't get to just be a writer, come in with your script, and you're writing an episode for the X-Files and you get to have it exactly the way you envision it. No, it doesn't work that way. Every episode gets scrutinized, gets things added, things adjusted. So whoever's writing the check, they're saying, oh, we got to do this. And people go with it. That's the way it works all the time. Sometimes it's just nepotism. Other times it's for other nefarious purposes, and everybody has to go with it. So I agree with that 100%. And this is a method, not just for the things, not just for the examples we're bringing up, but this is just the way it works for all projects with studio backing or network backing. And if you want to not have that, make a totally independent film. And then we're talking about a different conversation. If it's completely off the grid, then we can figure out what was going on there. What did the filmmakers intend with that project? And then we can look at why projects aren't allowed to be seen. And that's another conversation. The ones that are done off the grid, and then nobody allows those movies to be seen. An example of that is Sound of Silence, which was banned for 5 years and wasn't allowed. That was about the child trafficking. So you look, that's at the other end of the spectrum where a movie doesn't get captured by a studio. And then they do the opposite. They try to silence it, not let people see it. So that's the way it works here. Derrick, I want to get into this film, the Spielberg one, because I think we're both pretty much onto it, that this is one of those examples of a successful film. It's going to have way more reach than the 2020 example, the Songbird example. This one, people are actually seeing this film. So for those who don't know yet, or whether you've seen it, actually, I'm going to get to that one in a second. Let's start with this one. So Disclosure Day, the first reactions of Spielberg's film is the critics are saying it's the best film in 20 years. Spielberg's return to UFO genre is getting early praise, a dense roller coaster ride, blending chase film, love story, and mystery. And then the first blush social media reviews from journalists and critics who have seen preview screenings of the film say that the sci-fi movie is one of the director's best in years. Film stars Emily Blunt, Josh O'Connor, explores what might happen if humanity received proof we're not alone. When appearing at the South by Southwest Film and TV Festival last month, Spielberg said about UFOs, I don't know any more than any of you do, but I have a very strong suspicion that we are not alone here on Earth right now. And I made a movie about that. Disclosure Day will likely benefit from the real life so-called disclosure movement, which has seen the Pentagon release previously classified and largely frustrating reports and videos regarding anomalous aerial activity. So we look at timing, right? So why would a film like this have to go out? What is your sense of this film coming out of it? It's pretty fresh. I guess it just came out a week ago. We both had a chance to see it. What are your initial thoughts on what's Spielberg up to here? What is the timing of this?
Yeah, well, I went ahead and looked it up while you were talking there, and I saw over the weekend, the first 2 days, it made 44 million. Now apparently it just crossed 100 million as of Tuesday. So apparently set the record for the fastest original film to hit $100 million so far this decade. So clearly going to be a lot more successful than the COVID-23 narrative. I think that's an important point because obviously it's a Spielberg movie, so people sort of expected that. It's summertime. This is meant to be a Hollywood blockbuster, so people are going to be just continuing to see it every weekend. It's just going to keep growing. So that's one important point. This is going to get into the minds of the masses. Whatever the message is, one way or the other, it is going to be received by hundreds of millions of people. I live in Mexico. I went to see it out here in Mexico. The theaters were full. People were seeing it in Spanish as well. So this is internationally, going far and wide. And yeah, it just so happens to be on the day that they released the film last Friday, the US government releases more alleged, UFO, UAP files that, as you said, are kind of nothing burgers, frustrating, really not a whole lot, but just the timing of it to me, it could be trolling from an administration that's proven that they like to be trolling at the federal presidential level. But to me, it's also very much on the nose. I mean, I saw that former President Obama had visited the set of the Disclosure Day movie. He also, made some headlines a couple months ago for making a statement about alien life existing, and then sort of walked it back and said, well, I don't know for certain, but I'm just saying statistically it makes sense. So all of these things to me, I feel like are building towards the idea of disclosure in people's minds. I will say that for me personally, I don't trust any of the current ongoing disclosure movements. And I will say that, when I use that term, of course, this is kind of broad. So maybe I'll just describe a little bit, at least what I see. Like one version of that is in 2017, the New York Times releases an article of the Tic Tac video and says that there's a program that the US government has, that they're secretly hiding certain materials and videos and things they can't explain. That was like the first mainstream thing in recent memory where it became an okay topic. You could actually talk about UFOs, except for we're not supposed to call them UFOs anymore. Now the new term is UAPs, which I think is just total crap. So they kind of we're already trying to take control of the narrative and say, okay, it's okay to talk about this topic. We're going to call it UAPs now. That's the more professional name. And at the very least, the topic, the videos we say are anomalous, but anything else other than that is just, unproven. When on one hand, to me, it's like the things the New York Times showed in the Tic Tac video and others that came out then and since then really don't compare to other videos that have been online for decades now at this point. Like there's better existing videos than the things the government has shared. And of course, now in the age of AI, it's going to get harder and harder to determine, but different videos that have been out, which I think any reasonable person would say, wow, I don't know what that is. That's something weird, that look a lot more clear and less grainy than the stuff the US government has released. So nevertheless, that would be one version of this disclosure movement. The sort of New York Times led, US government approved, politicians are speaking up and holding committees and hearings and stuff, talking about UFO disclosure and bringing in certain witnesses that they claim are credible. And then outside of that, more on the internet and kind of in different broader UFO community, you have different people like Stephen Greer, you have Daniel Sheehan, and different people who have their own organizations and their own reputations that precede them, and people who believe all of the people associated with this are all controlled opposition or all whatever. So there's this kind of war in this disclosure movement of people who say, no, we're the true disclosure movement. We're the real disclosure movement. So there's kind of competing narratives going on. I don't claim to know what's what, who's what. I certainly don't just buy the New York Times government narrative. I'm suspicious of people like Stephen Greer. I've interviewed Daniel Sheehan. I wouldn't say I trust him 100%, but my point is just to kind of paint that picture. There's a lot of competing disclosure narratives going on. I think nevertheless, though, one way or the other, some type of disclosure is coming. And it seems to be clear that that is what this movie, at least in my mind, is prepping the public for. I mean, like you said, the mainstream version, there's just critics saying, oh, this is a great movie, or critics saying, oh, it's horrible, the ending sucked, things like that. But they're all kind of not touching on this broader conspiratorial predictive programming thing we're talking about. But for me and my wife, when we were sitting in the theater, we're both just looking at each other like, what the heck? This feels so weird. This just feels like too in your face. And yeah, so anyways, I've said a lot already, but those were kind of my initial reactions. Like, this movie's making a lot of money. It seems to be prepping people for disclosure. And one way or the other, whoever's disclosure it is, there's going to be competing narratives of people say, no, that's not the real disclosure. We're the real disclosure. And even though I grew up watching the X-Files and laid in my backyard with the camera on my shoulder, filming the skies, and I've seen 2 UFOs in my life. I don't trust any of it, man. And it really sucks because I would like to. I would like to. I've always like waited like one day the truth is going to be revealed, and now I just can't believe any of it.
So I had a similar feel. I went with my wife too. I went with Leslie. We were very like, something is off here. And for me, like it took me some time to kind of process it after. And I think what was off for me is, if this is leading up to something, that's one thing. There's another part that got me just very unsettled. I was thinking about the characters, how they're responding. And I'm not giving it, for those of you who haven't seen it, I'm not giving anything away. I'm just saying there was a general sense that when this particular disclosure day comes, the world would be affected. They would stop what they're doing, not get on buses, glue their head to the cell phone. You'd have newscasters almost in tears. You'd have all these different effects. Early in the film, you have the religious response, this, oh my God, everything I thought I knew is not true. And I'm sitting here thinking, we've had disclosure days. We've had them. We've had Epstein files drop. We've had 9/11 files drop. We've had absolute proof. You've mentioned we've had UFO files. We've had alien files. We've had everything imagined under the sun. We know that the world leaders that control this planet do ritualistic sacrificial stuff. There's dead babies, eaten babies, rape victims, people not going to jail. We don't have that in the masses. We don't have people stopping what they're doing and saying, this is the day that everything changes. So I believe one of the mechanisms of this film is to tell us, you stay put, just like COVID, you stay put until further notice. You stay 6 feet apart until we tell you disclosure day is here. If you see anything else on your phone before that, that's not the thing. Don't pay attention to that. We're going to tell you when you have to have an emotional reaction. So I think it's a controlled situation where it's going to make people less likely to revolt against the next Epstein drop or whatever's coming next.
I think that's a fair assessment. And that's one that I've seen a couple other places as well. This sort of like how it, at the least, is not very realistic with our day and age. And I would say for worse, that the idea that, for one, I'm going to give away a little bit here, but the whistleblowers ran to the mainstream media to release the truth. This happens in the movie. It's not giving away too much, right? But in the age of the internet, you would imagine they would just go live. They would stream. They would post it up. Right? Like what boomers are they trying to reach through the local, local news or something like that? And then it goes viral and it's all over all the news stations all around the world. Now, of course, they show different stations picking it up and whatnot. But it's like you said, it's like there's soldiers that are, stopping and looking at their phones. People are stopping, and then the whole world is stopped. I wish that there were certain things, like, for example, a lot of things you mentioned, the Epstein files, others, that literally stopped the world and people just had to, like, oh my gosh, how do we contend with this as a species? I guess the closest we came to that was the COVID panic and the fear pumped around that because it was everywhere. But it is absolutely unrealistic to think that, because even if you were somebody who believed the different UAP stuff they've been released in the past few years, I mean, we're talking about like people going in front of Congress and saying that they have non-human biologics, and nobody's batting an eye. Like nobody's, whether you believe it or not, it's not causing people to drop everything, because I guess part of it is a sign of the times too. People still got to pay bills. People are like, okay, cool. There's aliens. Are they going to take care of my rent? Like, I gotta survive somehow. So I think you're correct that is a bit unrealistic. And I think you're right. Also, it could just be, it's the whole idea of predictive programming and controlled narratives and limited hangouts and all these kinds of things is controlling perception. So if there is going to be any kind of disclosure, as you said, they would want it to be a disclosure that they drive, that they control with their whistleblowers, with their organizations and their institutions, and the footage they claim is real. And anything else outside of that scope would probably be dismissed as hoaxes, AI, deep fakes, et cetera. And I think that's absolutely spot on.
Yeah, and I think that in the particular scene it's early in the film, so I'm just letting people know. Look, if you go see this, look for this scene where the main guy I have everything here. I'm going to show you these files, and sits the girl down. You're going to watch these, and the look on her face when she's watching, it triggered me, man. It was like I was thinking, how many times did we do this with family and friends during COVID? I'm going to show you the tape. I'm going to show you the vice president of Pfizer telling us we had to move at the speed of science. We didn't test for anything. I'm going to show you evidence, and nobody cares. They don't care. And so in this scene, I'm like, I don't buy it. The girl's like, oh my God, I'm watching this. I'm like, what could you possibly be watching that makes you change everything? We've tried this and it doesn't actually work on people. So again, they're telling us in the film, when you see the thing we tell you to react to, we'll let you know. That'll be called disclosure day. Any day before that is not an actual day. Epstein file drop day, not a day. COVID reveal day, the COVID scam reveal, COVID event 201 day, not a day. Every single day we reveal, I don't know, how about Hannibal Directive reveal day for October 7th? Not a day. Spielberg says it's disclosure day. That's a day. So wait till we tell you. That's what I think is going on now.
Yeah, and one other point that I think is that I sort of took away and I shared in my review of it, which if people want to hear my deeper thoughts, you can find it at theconsciousresistance.com, that the war was in the background the whole time. Now, they never really tell us the details, right? It's just kind of like whispered about in the newscast behind, but it's clear that there is a war going on and that it seems to be getting closer to a potential nuclear war. They mentioned North Korea here. I think they might mention Russia and of course the US, and they do show some panic happening. And although they don't really reveal what this disclosure, how it impacts the war, other than for a brief moment, they show like the soldiers stopping whatever they're doing and watching their phones. I think for me, part of that predictive programming I was seeing is that they would like to plant this idea that the one thing that could prevent a nuclear war catastrophe between nations, all out, another world war, whatever, would be disclosure of the truth about aliens, that would unite people and bring people together. And this has kind of been a narrative that has been seeded for, it seems like for generations through different Hollywood movies, whether it's the aliens are depicted as the bad guys or as, empathetic and humans are the bad guys. It always seems to kind of center around like the fact that they show up is what brings people together. And we are finally able to kind of put our differences aside and unite as a species, again, whether that's uniting together to fight the aliens or uniting to join some galactic federation, Star Trek, utopia type thing. It seems like that is that narrative's in there, even though they didn't really go too deeply in it. The war is there the whole time. Yeah. People realize that something is, we're headed in a bad direction. And then this disclosure comes. And although they don't explicitly say it, I believe that probably part of the storyline, the reason for the timing of the disclosure in the movie was because of that ongoing war in the background, that whoever was leading the charge, and they allude to, there being some aliens helping these hackers or this team trying to disclose things, that the timing was directly related to the war, I think. And so to me, it's like the message is like, this is what can save us from all out destruction, can save humanity from destroying itself. Belief in aliens coming from above.
Yeah, no, that's great observation on that one. Just to throw out a couple more responses so people know we're on the same side here as David Icke. I just watched the Spielberg film Disclosure Day that came out in England this afternoon. PSYOP. So he's saying that. Glenn Beck says, I saw, now this is funny because we never agree with this guy, but he's even saying, he goes through this kind of the stuff we've been talking about. He says, hey, it's worth seeing, discussing it afterwards. If the conspiracy theorists are true, that it's a psyop to prepare us for a real disclosure day, then the ending is really important. I don't believe it is, of course. He has to give that disclaimer. But the government has used Hollywood for propaganda for decades, so we need to have this conversation. Keep two things in mind when you see it. Predictive programming. Interesting that Glenn Beck points this out. The cultivation theory, that's the other one, that heavy media consumption cultivates your sense of reality. And the third thing to keep in mind is always ask who profits from the fear, which also goes along with the timing of it as well. So it's interesting that he's pointing out some of those things. So good to keep in mind. I suggest people do see the film. Don't take the approach. There's another camp out there, and I just want to put this out. Another camp, for the religious camp, saying that there's there's a satanic control on the film. If you see it, you're going to be poisoned. I've seen that message, and I'm just saying to people,
I got some of those warnings.
let's give ourselves a little more credit that and we talk about this on our show all the time, Derrick, and we understand that when you take off that tribal helmet or those tribal goggles and you start looking at the world with your own critical thinking, don't think that a piece of movie is going to affect you if you're looking at it from the right lens, which is your own brain, your own critical thinking. So I think that's more fear baiting. If you're able to see it with your own eyes, go see it, and you can watch it from an outside perspective rather than somebody who's stuck in a Clockwork Orange scene, which we don't want to be that person, but we want to be outside of that machine, right?
Absolutely. I mean, I was kind of saying this in my review because I will get these comments from time to time, and it's no offense to anybody who chooses to not watch movies or TV. I'm personally somebody who enjoys them, whether that's at home or, occasionally go into the theater and things like this. I think that, yes, of course, watch with a discerning eye and a critical thinking cap on, because you want to be able to point out, oh, look, here's this subtle propaganda pushing this agenda. And for me, that's something I can do and still watch something and enjoy it if there is something to be enjoyed. I mean, if the movie sucks or the film sucks or the TV show is no good, then that, so be it. But I don't let the presence of propaganda alone, for me personally, like ruin the experience. I take note, okay, somebody in the writing room tried to push this particular narrative this way, and I can see it and I can, brush past it. Now, of course, there might be limits where I'm like, oh my God, this whole show is just literally propaganda and there's no point to even watch. But I think you're correct. Like, watch this with your own eyes. And, just real quick to the religious side of things, I will say there was definitely, as you saw, like a Catholic storyline in there, that they kind of worked in there. And I've got a mixed crowd in my audience. And there's definitely some Christians out there who are in my audience who are sort of what you were saying. They believe that, like, by watching this, you're going to get possessed or something, or the film. I don't know. For me, I'm fine, guys. I think you'll be okay if you just go in there with that critical thinking. But there definitely did seem to be sort of the goal, and I think Spielberg himself even said something about, like, it's going to cause people to question their faith. I don't think it was that strong, and I don't think anybody who has a strong faith is going to come away from this doubting their God or anything like that. But it was interesting that he said such a thing, and that there is this sort of Catholic storyline about, can you believe in God still if aliens are real, and questions around that, which, I'll leave those discussions for the religious folk, but it's definitely in there.
Yeah, and I did have the. Forgot I had this from earlier, but yeah, this is you're mentioning. Spielberg sparked the Christian backlash after suggesting it will challenge theistic faith. And then this was interesting because this came from an actual priest from Nashville. He said there could be a curse over the disclosure. This is what we're just saying, that over the movie itself, for all who watch it, could have demons provoke them. Spielberg's movie could be concentrated to Satan. Demons could be attached to the movie, and those who watch it could have demonic forces of terror to shake their. Okay, so that's the fear stuff that we understand. If people want to, take that seriously, that's fine. Don't see the film then. It's okay. You don't have to. But we're telling you, go in with an open mind, and you'll find something. Maybe it's even worth a second watch to see what are those little nuggets they're throwing in. But I appreciate your work on this, Derrick, and this discussion. Very, very amazing. And before you go though, I one of our viewers asked a question, and I remember you did this, and I think that we just want to hear it right from you, because we know that you did here's the question. It's from Citizen. Asked Derrick about his standoff with Naomi. I don't know what that last word says there, but we'll just leave it at Naomi.
I'm guessing he means Naomi Wolf.
Yeah, that's right. Well, it's Naomi Wolf, and that was an incredible debate. I remember watching it and telling you on Twitter, you kept your composure, you had patience, and you let her kind of run her thing she was doing, and then you got in the thing you got to get in, which is the actual reality of the stuff she wanted to ignore. What was your takeaway from that, and did it go the best you thought, or did you have any new ideas since the debate?
On one hand, it went better than I thought because she made herself look like a fool. But on the other hand, I did do my homework and read up on her positions and had watched some of her videos and went into it like any person who respects themselves and their, opponent in a debate, ready to have a serious discussion, and unfortunately in that regard, it was not that. There was a lot of her wait, you live in Mexico. How can you have a voice about this? You don't vote. How could you, then your opinion doesn't matter. Just this sort of fun and game she had at the beginning before we ever actually got to anything substantial. And yeah, I just this is where my experience with Zen Buddhism and meditation came in helpful. And I just sort of I'm just going to sit here and breathe and let her kind of, what do they say? Let people hang themselves with their own rope, because she was just kind of going at it. And I could tell, I was like, I don't think I need to point this out. I think any person who has a critically thinking mind is going to be watching this and why is she spending time on this? And at one point, I think I just straight up said to her, like, Naomi, I didn't come here to debate you about why I live in Mexico. I came here to talk to you about, should we be at war with Iran? And and so people can find that. It's on my YouTube channel, my website, if you're curious. She was the one who invited me to debate. So I guess silly me thought she was going to be better prepared. But I think that the points I made in there have been proven out to be correct. I mean, we're here now as this deal is happening with Iran, and there's people are debating whether or not, it was a whole waste of time, obviously a waste of American taxpayer dollars, loss of life in different countries, and destruction, and just Israel expanding their war machine to Lebanon and elsewhere. So it's not like it's like it had no impact. It definitely had a negative impact. But whether or not Trump achieved his goals, I mean, I'll let other people debate that. I would say no. And I think just the whole thing turned out to be even more of a blunder and a waste than it seemed like when it first started, when I was first debating Naomi. So hopefully people like her are thinking about that. And, for people like her, she was literally saying like the U.S. should be going into Iran and freeing the women of Iran who are being oppressed. And if the U.S. has to bomb some girls' schools in the process, then so be it, because we got to get rid of the leadership. And so I don't know. I wonder, and I don't pay any attention to her on Twitter these days. I barely did. I just happened to come across her tweet and commented on it, and she's like, "Do you want to debate?" But I'd be curious if people like her, if they think that they actually got anything out of this.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
Man, that's some wild stuff for somebody. And I think maybe I take it a little more to heart that somebody like her gets COVID right, but gets Israel, Iran wrong. And you're just like, how could you? It's like, I have more understanding for someone who gets everything wrong. So it's hard for me to go, you understand how you control a population with fear and the propaganda machine and the dividing. You understand that, but you don't apply it here. You only apply it. So anyways, but hey, kudos again to you for holding your own. I'm taking lessons from that, because sometimes we'll have a guest on here and I'll just be like, oh, I cannot control it. I have to interrupt. I'm like, let me take an advice from Derrick. I'm going to take that Zen moment, right? Take a breath. Let them shoot themselves in their own foot. I love it. Derrick, anything else you want to leave us with? What you have coming up?
Sure.
Find you.
Yeah, thank you again so much for having me on, brother. Last thing I would just share, again, my website is theconsciousresistance.com if people want to follow my journalism. But I will mention I am in the middle of a U.S. speaking tour, traveling around the United States, doing events where I'm giving a presentation about what I call exit and build strategy, focusing on decentralization, local action, apolitical action. People can find the dates and the details. We already did the West Coast, but if you are in Texas, the Midwest, East Coast, or in Florida, I'll be going on the road starting July 10th, and I'll be on the road for 3 weeks. We're going to be going up to Minneapolis. We're going to be going to Cleveland, Columbus, where I think we might add Chicago. All the cities you can find it at activationtour.org. It's called the Activation Tour. Activationtour.org. You'll see a page for the schedule, and click on the events. I'd love to meet many people in person. If you want to come connect with other like-minded people, you want to hear some ideas for how we can build stronger, more resilient, free and liberatory communities, I think you might find something of value at these events. So yeah, hope to meet you guys on the road. And thank you, man, for having me on again.
Love it. Thanks so much. Keep doing what you're doing, man. Again, setting such a high bar for the rest of us, and an inspiration to us all to keep fighting every day for the truth. So yeah, thanks again, Derrick.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
See you next time. Okay. All right, guys. Derrick Broze. Wow, what a great man! That was a great one, a great conversation. We're gonna put that segment up real soon on our channels. You guys can share that one out. That was a good one. Man, this is why we do what we do, guys. We connect all the dots. We don't just do one story here, one story there. We try to get to all of it. That's kind of the way we got to do it. It's a lot of work, right? Because we got to go through all of the different elements, right? We don't just let Hollywood go because we're over it. It's all connected. So we're talking about the capture of all of these mediums, right? Not just the two political parties, right? Not just the media, not just, the banks and the churches and all the education system. We're also talking about the entertainment capture. And I think, it's hard for us to go and just go grab a bowl of popcorn and go act like the world is fine. And that's actually not why we see the films. We see the films because we know that there are methods in place to keep us all in line, and it's just another institution that is there for the taking. So we like to stay ahead of it. We appreciated that conversation with Derrick. Let's go ahead and get on with the show here. We're going to be bringing in Jay Scott here in just a moment. I just want to make sure we got the super chats that we didn't get to. Yeah. This is good. I think we got most of them. We'll get to you guys. We'll get to some of you guys in a little bit more. Let's see. I'll throw one more up right now. Let's see. All right. This is another one from Citizen. Thank you so much. The antiseptic label must be embraced, not rejected. That's a good angle. I would say there's a third option, Citizen, not to be embraced, not to be rejected. How about just brushed off? Like what? Like this? Just who cares? Who gives a shit? How about that? We'll go with that. We're going to go with option 3. I don't give a shit. We're just going to keep doing what we're doing in the most honest and authentic way we can. And that's all we can really do. We can count on ourselves. We can look in the mirror. We can go to bed at night. We can sleep well knowing that we did the best we can. We just brush it off. And we brush off everything else, all the other labels, the conspiracy theorists and the, anti this, Putinist that, Trumper that, white nationalist this and that, whatever you want to do. It doesn't, we kind of don't care. We kind of don't care. Okay, let's move on with the show. Got some good stuff coming up here, guys. Jay Scott, I'm going to bring him in a second. I also wanted to let you know, Nurse Leslie will be back with Talking Back after the next few segments. So keep the super chats coming. She hasn't been on in a while. So those of you guys, if you missed her, she'll be on with us today. So we're looking forward to that coming up later. But for now, let's get on with the next few segments. And we want to bring in our other co-host to help us with these. You know him, you love him. Please welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? Unfortunately, I didn't get to watch that whole segment you did with Derrick just now since I was at work, but I caught the end of it and what you were saying just now. And, I gotta say, people really underestimate how much I think the media can impact reality. And that's why I always tell people, remember when there used to be positive visions of the future? Like in Star Trek, everything was good. It was just a couple people messing it up. But nowadays, it's all doom and gloom. So they want all of us to think the future is shit, no matter what we're going to do. And that way, we're all just in it for ourselves and we ignore each other and we don't try to come together. So, there's a science behind it too. So, I'd love to, dive into that conversation, with you one of these days too. But sounds like it was a great segment though.
Yeah, I love it, man. We're happy to be in a space with other, courageous and, authentic people. It's hard, it's hard to find because, it's easy. I don't know what happens. Sometimes people there's others out there to get captured. They take the paycheck. Who knows? We don't know. Sometimes you'll see all of a sudden this person comes out of nowhere and has millions of followers out of nowhere. And it's like, and they're saying the right stuff, but you go to someone like DERRICK BROZE and you say, this guy's just doing the work. He's not looking to be flashy and, what do I have to do to get, what do I got to do to get that money? I'll do what you want. And I'll still, and so these are the people we want to be around. That's what it's about. Sure. That's what we're doing in this space. So
it's authentic, man. Yeah. It's hard to find authentic people nowadays that, are happy with where they're at in life and are just doing it, because it's the right thing. And Derrick is definitely one of those people. Yeah. So
very cool. Okay. Well, I think we'll get started with a little artificial insanity. This is becoming a favorite, at least for me. It's becoming I don't know if it's a favorite. It might be actually. It might be a favorite. Some of our viewers. But either way,
it impacts every issue right now. And that's why I put that before our take on the Iran-Israel update because it feeds into each other. So yeah, it impacts a lot of stuff. So I agree.
All right. Well, let's do it. We'll cue the intro. Here we go.
Intelligence is a utility, and people fly it from us.
And these are kind of Jesus level things,
Palantir is here to scare enemies and on occasion kill them.
It's artificial insanity, guys. Who do we trust? Which billionaire or trillionaire now, should I say, are we supposed to trust? Are there good billionaires? Are there bad billionaires? Which ones is it? And when we look at these apps, right? These AI companies, we're talking about OpenAI. We're talking about, we know how bad Palantir is. We know Google's really bad in and of itself. Anthropic comes out, and there's a lot of people that thought, oh, Anthropic got called out by the Trump team a few months back, right? Anthropic, they're doing the right thing. They're standing up to Trump. They might be the good guys of the bad guys. They might be the right. They might be the good billionaires, right? Because that they had the courage to stick it to Trump. Well, the problem with that logic is that, as we know, Anthropic already had a deal with Trump. Anthropic's Claude was already being used on the battlefield. When I say battlefield, I mean used to murder schoolgirls. That was the technology in play when we started the Iran war on February 28th. It was actually Anthropic's technology. It was Claude. So with that, are they pulling out of Trump because they didn't like the fact it was used for that? Well, why don't we hear from the actual CEO of Anthropic, and we can decide if there really is such thing as a good billionaire, good psychopath AI company. And this is what we saw. So this is the CEO admitting, I'm going to show you guys the clip here in a second, admitting that the mass murder under the orders of Trump of more than, and we know it's like closer to 176 schoolgirls in Manab, target selected by Anthropic's AI Claude system, is a use case that doesn't even violate our red lines. What? So the whole thing is totally fine. Yeah, let's hear it right from his own mouth.
Has reported that Claude is being used by the U.S. military in the war in Iran to do AI-assisted targeting via a platform made by Palantir, Maven Smart System. In February, a U.S. missile reportedly hit a girls' school in Iran, killing more than 150 people, most of them children. Did Claude play a role in that strike?
We don't know exactly how, these models were used. Obviously, these things that mistakes that happen in warfare are really, really terrible. Like, this is a really terrible thing to happen. We were willing to risk the future of our company to limit how, these models are used. And, what you're talking about is a use case that doesn't even violate our red lines. We're worried that there will be 100 times as much, with use cases that do violate our red lines. Now, again, I would say, I think overall, the use of these models is appropriate. I think it's good on net. But military decision makers make terrible mistakes, even at the best of times. And I don't know if we're in the best of times. What we've seen here is Claude assists, but a human makes the final call. So a human made that final call, not Claude. Imagine if you had a world in which not Claude, because we haven't allowed it, but someone else's AI model, the AI model just makes the decision and the human never sees it.
So that's his complaint, is that the human made a mistake, and that's better than an AI making a mistake. But using the technology you invented to murder people very easily, a lot easier than we've ever been able to. And he doesn't have a problem with that. So I just wanted to point out that there's not a good, if you're one of the people out there that are, and we've heard this, there's people that are banning, or they're boycotting, right? They're boycotting ChatGPT right now, which is fine. But understand that if you're going to apply a boycott, understand that you need to, the entire mechanism of all of these entities, they're all evil, all of them. There's not anything there, right, Jay? I mean, we're going to get to the thing, we're going to get to the next part of the story, but as far as these U.S. companies, Israel-funded companies, working with the Trump team, and future administrations, it's not just unique. This is how it's going to be. It's going to be military-operated AI tech.
Well, I do agree with one thing he said, that, it is the human making the final call. And that's one thing you'll notice I've been consistent on since we've been talking about AI. It's that I think that they're essentially going to make all these terrible, decisions and do all this evil stuff and then just blame it on AI. And that's kind of what we try to do with this. So would they have not hit the girls' school if they were not using AI? I think that's a question, we really have to ask. My opinion is, like, they wanted to, I guess, get the Iranian people riled up because they were trying to get the Iranian people to overthrow the government. So maybe they did do that on purpose and they're just trying to blame the AI. However, if you are running an AI company and you were aware that your AI is being used for warfare, then you have to ask yourself, is this something that I'm okay with? Do I want to participate, in this murder? Because if your AI suggested the target, yes, the human made the final call, but the human can still try to shift a little bit of that blame onto your AI, because though the AI told me a 98% chance that there was a bomb under that building or there were missiles being stored under there. So, like, if you're going to go into that arena and allow your AI to be used in warfare, then you've crossed the line. So, I would say I do accept the point he's making that the human made the final call, but I would just ask, is this moral at all to use AI in warfare? Point blank, period, especially when we're seeing in real time, it makes shitty decisions. Like, we just lost this fucking war. Like, sorry for cursing, but we just lost this war against Iran, right? So we're the ones with AI. Iran whooped our ass, and we're still defending the use of AI. I mean, it sounds like if we wanted to win a war, we could do it without AI, if you ask me. But that's just my opinion.
Well, what he is saying is there's no problem with you using our technology.
That's exactly what he said.
For murdering anybody you purposely want to or accidentally want to. We're okay with both. We're okay with both circumstances of purposely and accidental. We don't care. We don't care. And
what's it called? Collateral damage. All those kids that died. It's just part of the game, man. That's how it goes. So
and we're glad we could be of assistance. We're glad that our hard work and our business model allowed you to get the thing done you needed to get done. And we're part of history now. We're part of the murdered schoolgirls. We're part of all of the horrible death and destruction, and all the consequences to that economically as well. We're also part of that. We're part of all of the, all of the consequences.
And, I would argue he can only make that argument because there are people on the other side of the world, who speak a different language, who look a little different than us. So, maybe they're a little bit dehumanized. But imagine making that argument about 150 American school children that were bombed by AI. Can you imagine him trying to make that argument about it happening to American school children? It just seems a little bit harder for me to picture that. So
no, definitely, and that's why. And this is how we're conditioned to think. Like there's a lesser value of the other of those people, right? That's how we've been conditioned. So there you go. So here we are. We don't we want to, let's say we boycott all of them. What do we do? What other options do we have? Well, and this is exactly the right question to ask right now, because it seems that China's open source free model is performing just as well as ChatGPT and Anthropic before their IPOs. Okay, well, let's take a look at this. Here we go. This is from Alex Finn. You want to walk us through this one, because I know you found this, because this is a guy that's been saying that they weren't going to be able to compete, but now it looks like they are.
Exactly. So he says, I was wrong. I've been saying for months that open source AI models are 6 months behind the frontier. They caught up. GLM 5.2, the Chinese version, is as good as Opus 4.8, which I believe is Anthropic's top of the line model right now. So this changes everything. If you run GLM 5.2 locally, no government can take it away. You become sovereign.
Wow.
And even if you run it through APIs, it's a fraction of the cost. The battlefield is different now. If open source is as good as Frontier and people have cheaper alternatives, governments can't be as quick to regulate. It will destroy the frontier AI labs. And by that, he means ChatGPT and Anthropic, the two companies that all of our retirement funds are about to be invested into. All of this is such a massive win for the people. If you were not paying attention to local models yet, you were making a tremendous mistake.
All right. Well, let's look at the actual introduction here. Yeah. This is what you call GLM 5.2. It's frontier intelligence, open weights, and these are all the improvements of coding, agentic tasks, strong long horizon capabilities with a 1 million context window, 1M context window, 2 levels of reasoning effort. So it pushes the limits, max, high, strikes a strong balance between performance and token efficiency. MIT license, open weights, it's same AI, API pricing as GLM 5.1. And then the next part, here's the chart that you can see the blue and the green, 5.2, 5.1, and then compared with, so can you see what's going on this chart? It looks like the Claude Opus is.
So the blue line that we're seeing up top, that's the newest model, and the gray line that we're seeing right above that, that's the newest model of GLM 5.2, the Chinese version, and the gray line up top is the newest model of Claude Opus 4.8. So you see they're nearly equal, but the trend of it is GLM is catching up to and may even overtake what's happening, with Anthropic or Claude's, Opus 4.8. So, this is just talking about the performance and how good the coding is. So, we're getting to the point where the difference is indistinguishable between them. So, this is a really big problem, like for the establishment and for the majority of Americans' retirement funds. Because guess what, Matt? If you were to do a survey of the amount of people who are paying attention to what's happening with their retirement funds, you're probably talking about less than 20% of the population. I'm being generous,
that's generous.
So what's happening is your retirement is invested in an index of the S&P 500. That means that it invests in every single company that's considered to be part of the S&P 500. So that's supposed to be a safe bet until you realize that the top companies in the S&P 500 make up the lion's share of it. And usually you have to go through a waiting period after the IPO so the share prices can kind of go back to normal, because the initial public offering, aka when the shares go on sale to the public, they're known to be pretty shaky. It may start at one level and then the price goes all over the place. So you're supposed to wait a year to see what happens with the stock before you list it as part of that. They just changed the rules on that, Matt, so they can make sure that SpaceX, Anthropic, and ChatGPT can go in after just 15 days. After 15 days, it automatically gets added to everybody's retirement portfolio. So this is extremely worrying, considering the fact that these AI companies don't even turn a profit. They're all losing money because they're investing so much money into it. So we're putting all of our retirement funds into something that is simply unproven. The business model has not been proven to work. And at the same time as we're doing that, China is releasing everything at a fraction of the cost without making people sign up for a subscription fee. And you remember that video we played from Sam Altman? We're going to rent intelligence to people. China isn't even trying to charge people rent money.
They're not even.
So,
how do we?
So long story short, this, and we'll get into the aspect of how this ties into the Iran-Israel war in a second, but I want everyone to pay attention for a second, because this could have a dramatic impact on people's lives. Because if you are about to retire and these idiots, or I shouldn't say idiots, these corrupt people on Wall Street dump all of your money into failing companies to cash out the early investors, you could make the argument that over time, maybe the index will catch back up. But if you were 64 or 65 right now and about to retire, You don't have that time horizon. Like, you are literally about to get screwed by these people if you're thinking about retiring in the next year or two. And that's assuming that it does bounce back, in the next 10 years or so. We don't know how long it's going to take to bounce back. So
we have some more of these if you want to look at some more of these benefits here.
Yeah. So on the positive side, on what it can actually do for the world,
Sure.
It improves democratization and accessibility of AI. So open source models like GLM 5.2 lower barriers by allowing individuals, small teams, and developing regions worldwide to access, run, and fine-tune frontier-level AI for education, healthcare, agriculture, local innovation without depending on expensive closed APIs. So that's the rent that Sam Altman was talking about. Like, obviously, the different end users, they want to charge different fees to. If you're a government and you want to use ChatGPT, they're going to jack up the price for you. If you're a person, if you're a person in America, it's still expensive. But if you're a person in, say, Nigeria or Ghana, it's likely the cost is out of reach. So this makes it easier for people all over the world, to access it, right? So sovereignty, privacy, and resilience. So the full MIT license weights enable completely private, offline, and censorship-resistant deployment on personal organizational hardware, ensuring data security and uninterrupted operation during outages or geopolitical disruptions. So Matt, you remember that segment we did the other day about how the Zionists are so excited that the AI companies are working with them to ensure Israel is painted as the good guy no matter what questions get asked of it? This is a problem.
This is a problem.
This is
they
a
had
big
they
problem.
thought they had that solved. All you got to do is go to the companies, and the companies will control it through what we tell them. And then they will make sure all their little apps and all their little things that the kids are scrolling through are going to get the right stuff. And then we don't have to bother with the social media part. Well, you're going to have to rethink your strategy now because you're not going to be able to control this.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
When it's not open source, you cannot program the algorithm to tell people what you want it to say. If it's not open source and the developers have the ability to go in to make sure it's impartial and it's actually being fair and just telling you the truth, it becomes a lot more difficult, like for them to do it. So, again, I'm not going to sit here and say everything is perfect in China and I love everything about China, but this is a favor to humanity. There's no other way to frame this other than China doing humanity a gigantic favor by allowing this to happen. So accelerated innovation and collaboration. Global developers can freely audit, modify, and build upon the model, rapidly creating specialized fine-tunes for scientific discovery, climate modeling, drug development, and other long horizon tasks through community-driven progress. So if you want to have an impact on how well the AI works, you don't need to get hired by ChatGPT or Anthropic. All you got to do is learn it yourself and be good at it, and you can do it, which is also good in a way, because if we know these companies are only hiring people that are willing to do evil shit for them, it means that good people and with those skills can also improve the AI and, make sure it's working to solve problems in the world. So.
Yeah. All right, we'll go to the next. Here we go.
Yeah, so economic and humanitarian impact. Dramatically lower costs combined with high performance allow nonprofits, businesses, and governments to deploy powerful AI at scale for personalized education, crisis response, medical diagnostics, and agricultural optimization in resource-limited settings. And then broader societal benefits. Often transparency fosters collective accountability, reduces centralized control risks, encourages healthy competition, and positions advanced AI as widely shared public good that accelerates human knowledge and equitable progress instead of being used to program people, into false narratives. So yeah, that's pretty much the benefit.
we don't do healthy competition very well here. We like unhealthy competition.
Well, Peter Thiel said that's for suckers, man. You just got to do monopolies, bro. That's the way you really make money. Monopolize everything. Come on, man.
I was going to go with Alice Karp's approach, which is every once in a while you got to kill your enemy, kill your competition. We say kill. The term "kill your competition" has a whole new meaning when Alex Karp's talking, because he's literally talking about murdering your competition. So we're not used to this model here, Jay. Was this a communist model you got from some far left wing, radical Islam group?
I mean, not to be too provocative, but open source kind of sounds like communism. You know what I mean? So, anyway, I don't want to get into that discussion.
No, I'm saying this idea that's this radical, everything you just read off, Jay, like this radical idea of how to help the world with the technology that you can't avoid it. It's here, right? We have it. So how do who's going to run it? How are we going to function? And who's got good intention? Who's got bad? We know who's got the bad intention. So is this the lesser of two evil arguments? Can we just at least start with that and say it's worth looking at, guys? It's worth looking at this open source, alternative. That's what we're saying. So it's worth it. Just take a look. If you guys get a second, go take a look. Okay. So I think that's all on the insanity of AI, right? Okay. We'll move on to the big story is the Iran deal. We've talked about the other elements to this, how the media has been responding, how MAGA has been responding. I appreciated this this deep dive of the things that people aren't talking about. That friend of the show, Nico House, he did a little investigation here, and these are things we've been looking at on our show, and he kind of puts them all together. And we're talking about the timing, right, of the legislation in play. We're talking about the Section 224 in the NDAA that Massey has been fighting to get out of this very secretive. It was put in there by Netanyahu in the middle of the night. Don't worry about it. There's another section that we didn't cover on the show, and he brought this up, Section 622. I'm going to let Nico break it down, but this is another merger. It's called an intelligence merger, which is happening at the same time as this apparent celebration of this deal. But we're getting that much tighter with Israel. So let's hear his breakdown. I want to get our thoughts on this afterwards. Here we go.
Trying to expand military cooperation with Israel, merge the intelligence apparatus of both countries, and they're trying to make it almost impossible for anyone to undo it. So you're familiar with the NDAA, the National Defense Authorization Act, and it has to be passed every year. Well, Section 224 is something you should pay close attention to. 224 in 2027's NDAA creates a new architecture for U.S.-Israel defense collaboration premised on integrating Israeli and American defense industries, especially merging highly sensitive areas of technology. But wait, there's more. Section 224 also provides for joint military research, promotes integration of Israeli technologies into the U.S. defense supply chain, and appoints a quote-unquote executive agent at the Department of Defense to oversee the effort. In addition to all of that, Israel and the United States will be sharing intelligence more so than ever before. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. Senate saw how unpopular the United States relationship is with Israel and thought to themselves, you know what? How about we double down and actually put an Israeli in charge of symbiotically merging the U.S. military intelligence community and their military and intelligence community and make sure we don't have a way out. Section 226 says that the bill would prohibit any suspension, reduction, or limitation of intelligence sharing with Israel except on the basis of specific and identifiable national security concerns determined by the president. But in actuality, it just allows the president to write a report to Congress for them to ultimately make the decision anyway. Do y'all want to hear something funny? Do you know when this section was introduced? May 26th. Do you know when the MoU, basically the Memorandum of Understanding between Iran and the United States for a peace deal, started? The end of May. In other words, because Israel knows that a war in which Iran decisively wins and gains all of its concessions, there is no way that Israel can continue to exist in its current form. They basically just put the entire country on the hook to prevent Israel's extinction, which, if I'm being honest, for being real. And then they created a ridiculously high standard for even a president to end the expanded relationship between the United States and Israel. So while Trump is on the news pretending as if he has just had enough of that vagrant Netanyahu, the United States Congress, under everybody's nose, is trying to make it so that we are inseparable from them. So all they bullshit becomes our bullshit. And Trump has had absolutely nothing to say about that. But just to be clear, we know the United States can't even afford to pay its own military bills right now. Can't even build up its own arsenal, but we're already committing to paying Israel's bills. We also know that any chance for a peace deal between us and Iran hinges completely and totally on Israel behaving, which they've announced already they're not gonna do. They already said it. Yeah, we're gonna keep blowing motherfuckers up because we want to, and y'all not gonna do anything about it. And yet, no one has actually called out this section that will tie us to Israel in perpetuity. And if this NDAA gets passed with these sections included, there will be no end to the war with Iran because the United States Congress has literally given us no other choice. Because Israel's going to continue doing what it does, and we are symbiotically attached to them now. So, yeah, we're all screwed.
I mean, there it is.
Yeah. And, you know, as you played that, you know, I did just see news reported by DD Geopolitics, who, you know, is very, you know, reliable when it comes to reporting accurate news, that as of now, Iran has suspended, you know, continuing the negotiation until Israel stops bombing Lebanon, because it's still doing that, you know, like today. So within 24 hours, you know, like of it being signed, Israel is still, you know,
wait.
throwing water on it.
So hold on. Let's get
shocking.
This
shocking, Matt. Shocking.
But we said this like on Tuesday. We said this. I even said this on Truthwire on Monday with Craig. I said this is. We saw the first bullet point, right? There's 14 bullet points on this thing. We saw it on Monday, and Trump and the Iranian president both sign it on Wednesday. There's supposed to be a ceremony celebrating this on Friday. We said on Monday, I don't even need to see bullet point 2 through 14. I mean, we looked at it, of course, but bullet point 1 is stop bombing Lebanon, and Israel is not going to stop. So we knew right away this thing's not going to go. It doesn't matter how many signing ceremonies or ceremony to celebrate the next ceremony and the next 60 days and the next 30 days and the next whatever the next thing is. And this is just an MOU. By the way, this is just an MOU. It's not an actual deal.
Exactly.
So everything is a thing to lead to another thing. They can't even follow number 1. It's dead upon arrival. It's not even it's I don't know, man. So you're saying DD, we already got this. This is official. Iran is saying you're not following number 1.
They haven't ended the MOU, but as you pointed out correctly just now, the MOU is saying that, you know, we have to continue negotiations to reach a finalized deal. For, you know, we're putting things on pause while we reach the finalized deal. So the war is paused. It's not over. And Iran is saying the negotiations we're supposed to be doing that fully end the war, we're putting that on pause right now because Israel is still bombing Lebanon as of today. So it doesn't mean that the MOU is completely dead, but it does mean that the pause, you know, is under question. That's Iran essentially warning, if Israel doesn't stop, then they will start responding, and then the MOU will officially be dead. So, you know, again, I do want to say, in my opinion, I do think Israel is going to wind up calming down at least for a month or two, because I truly believe that the early investors in Anthropic and ChatGPT need to offload their shares onto the American people before the war starts back up. Because when the war starts back up, the stock market is going to tank. The stock market is going to be completely destroyed once this starts back up. And, you know, they can't launch the IPO at a lower price. They got to be able to make their money and then let the price tank, and it'll hurt all of our retirement funds. So I do expect Israel to calm down, although I could be wrong. Maybe Israel won't even wait for that, and, you know, they'll just break the deal right now. So,
well, here we go. Like Jay said, this is breaking. In the last couple hours here, we find out from DD Geopolitics that Iran postpones its negotiating delegation trip to Switzerland. Wow. Citing ongoing Israeli attacks on southern Lebanon. And then if we go further down here, this is, so Tehran had informed the American side and the mediators, that's in Pakistan, right, that the Lebanon file is central to it. That's why it's number one. It's literally the first bullet point on the memorandum. Lebanon file is central to it in conducting negotiations and their continuation or cessation. Look at this. Tehran warned that the continuation of Israeli operations and attacks within 10 kilometers inside Lebanese territory constitutes a clear violation of the first clause of the Memorandum of Understanding and the Framework Agreement.
Yeah.
So they've already violated it.
Yeah. And think about it, guys. Like, you know, if you want to tell the American people, oh my God, we tried everything we could to avoid this war, but, you know, it just kind of happened, you know, like, we're sorry, guys, but we really did try to avoid it. So that's why I can't take Trump or JD Vance or any of these people seriously as they're trying to, quote unquote, critique Israel and call out Israel. And it's mostly Netanyahu. Like, that's mostly who they're trying to pin it on, which is why I do think they will try to make some type of switch out of Netanyahu at some point this year, and then they'll pretend it's all good. You know, like, all right, we got rid of the bad guy. Now everything's cool with Israel, so we're going to be good partners with them moving forward. But again, I come back to this data point because it's important. Over 60% of the Israeli population believes that every single Palestinian in existence should be treated like Amalek, which was a group of people in the Old Testament or the Torah that was completely wiped out under God orders. So they want every man, woman, and child. Over 60% of Israeli people want every man, woman, and child in Palestine to be erased from the face of the earth. So what type of replacement are we going to get for Netanyahu to represent a population where over 60% of them fully endorse the idea of genocide? So that's my question. And now, as Nico so greatly pointed out, not only is our military tied to them, our intelligence agencies are completely tied to them in a way that's irreversible unless we get congressmen in power who truly want to, you know, cut that cord. So, and we're a few steps away from there, you know, at this point right now, unfortunately.
Well, you know, this is a guy you can pin it on, but look who he's sitting. He's literally putting this out at the same time this thing getting signed. Netanyahu says in a work meeting with the head of the Mossad. So this is what he's up to. So is that going to be taken care of too, or is that guy's cool? He's fine. It's only Netanyahu. I'm just saying we can blame it on the one guy, but and we know everybody.
Bad apple, man. Just get rid of the bad apple.
That and everything will be fine. Ben-Gvir, he doesn't really mean it when he says "f you" to any deal. And these guys, they don't really mean it when they go on they go on their Israeli news stations and talk in Hebrew and say we ain't leaving Lebanon before Friday. We ain't leaving Lebanon on Friday. We're not leaving Lebanon after Friday. We're going to continue to bomb the shit out of them. That's what they're saying right now on local TV in Israel. That's what's happening. So, and then meanwhile, we have Trump saying this.
So the one thing I didn't want to see is I didn't want to see economic catastrophe. If you kept this going, that could have happened. But all I know is every time we talked about the possibility of peace, the stock market shot up like a rocket ship. It never went down. If they didn't like it, the people, you know, the stock market is more brilliant than anybody there is, including the people on the stage, other than me, of course.
So this is what we always told people. They go, the worst person in the world is president. We're like, yes, but the silver lining is that he tells us the shit out loud that other presidents wouldn't dare say. Even Demented Joe wouldn't say this. He'd be talking about some, shower with his daughter or something. He wouldn't be talking about.
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
But like the truth. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying this is isn't this the little nugget you get with Trump? You get him telling us it's all market manipulation. But yeah, he's got his like posse standing next to him that are going, are you freaking kidding me right now? Are you doing this right now? Literally, dude. Oh yeah, that's why they like you. They like you because you don't give a shit, dude. You just say it. Let's hear the rest.
Let's see. I don't know. What do you think, Scott? Is the stock market more brilliant than you?
No, sir.
Oh, that's a terrible statement. All right. The stock market is quite brilliant. And every time we said something amazing, like we're going to settle, it would go up. And every time we said something negative, like, guess what? We're not going to be able to settle, it would go down very big, Peter. Very, very big. Tells you something.
It tells you something, all right?
So Matt, what he said just now was that he recognized a pattern that anytime he said something about Iran, the stock market would react in a certain way. That is like one step away from just straight up saying, I was manipulating the stock market to make all of my friends money. Like, he's that close to accidentally saying it. And sometimes I wonder, is he going to say that part out loud one day too? Because he gets all the way up to the edge and then, doesn't take it.
What he is saying,
which is so hilarious.
And he might never actually say that. But what he is saying, the step before you're mentioning, Jay, what he is saying, when he says that tells you something, what he's referring to is it tells you that whatever I say out of my mouth, I can make things happen from it. So don't trust anything I say. That's what he's saying. He's saying, I'm going to say words to affect numbers. The words I'm saying is not real. It's timing of numbers. So all my investment friends and they understand there's a roller coaster to it. I'm playing God, and I'm creating a roller coaster of finances, and I'm telling you what's going to happen. So don't actually believe anything I say. That's what he's doing. That's what he's saying.
Of course, if we had a Justice Department that actually wanted justice, a simple place to start would be to, now that we have Trump on video admitting that he has recognized a pattern, maybe we should go investigate some of these people who were placing gigantic bets, like right before Trump says something, who turn out to be actually correct. And let's see if there's any connection between them and Trump. Because now we have Trump admitting in front of the whole world that he's recognized this pattern. So it's like, if we had a Justice Department that cared at all about justice, this seems like a fairly cut and dry case of corruption and insider trading. But here's the thing. You'll still get some Republicans talking about Nancy Pelosi and MAGA. And sure, Nancy Pelosi, piece of shit, corrupt. I agree. However, let's make sure we're applying the same standard to Trump, who I would say now, and I'm solidly sure, is the most corrupt president that this country has ever seen. But I do appreciate moments like this where, like he says the quiet part out loud. I do appreciate that.
Let's go further on what he says. It tells you something. So the second part to that, the first part is it tells you how much power I have. Don't listen to what I say because it's all manipulation. It's all bullshit. The second part to that is I'm not uniquely evil. I just have the balls I'm just either courageous enough or insane enough to tell you that this is how the system is designed. The entire system is rigged. You remember I told you that back in 2015, everyone? I told you the system is rigged. I'm showing you an example. As the president of the United States, I'm showing you how that works. We are completely fucked. Nothing anybody says, nothing Biden said before me, nothing the next person's going to say after me, none of it is real. It's all bullshit. That's what he's saying. So we can say he's the most criminal of all time. We can also say, thank you for telling us the thing no one else would tell us. And then third, we can say nothing will change. Not getting Trump out, that's not going to change. We have to redo the entire structure because none of it is real. It's all fake. That's the real takeaway. But he's saying it out loud. So great. Israel isn't liking this very much. You remember that 99% thing? He said I have 99% approval in Israel. Well, it wasn't exactly 99, but it was much better than what it is now. Well, at least even just 3 weeks ago. And I think this, when did he say the 99? That was before 3 weeks ago. Regardless, look at what happened in just 3 weeks. He went from a positive 58 to a positive 38. It just completely swapped from a plus 23 to a minus 23. Currently negative support in Israel is 61%. That's basically 2 out of 3 almost that do not support Trump. What changed, Jay? What is it? What is the thing that happened?
Well, I guess the part that confuses me a little bit is you would think that your greatest ally would want what's best for you. And, considering the impact that endless wars have had on inflation and how much money we would need to invest in a war against Iran, considering how much that would impact America negatively, you would think that our greatest ally would not want our economy to suffer like that. It's almost like they care more about their own interests and what happens in Israel than what happens to Americans. And, I don't want to sound anti-Semitic or anything like that. It's okay for me to say it because I'm half Jewish, but if anyone else tries to say that, I'm half Ashkenazi, big difference. Sorry, I'm half Ashkenazi, but if anyone else tries to say it, then I guess that would make you guys anti-Semitic or some shit like that, right? So it's like the fact that it flips as soon as the guy doesn't do exactly what he wants, what you want him to do, that kind of tells you everything you need to know. They loved him when they thought that he would do whatever Israel said. And the moment it seems on the surface like he's pausing, they flip on him. And those morons over there clearly aren't paying attention to the fact that our militaries and intelligence agencies are actually becoming more integrated. So they're going to get what they want regardless, because Trump's going to sign the bill. So they're that stupid that all they do is look at the headlines and they believe the same dumb market manipulation that Trump is doing, and they flip on him just like that. You would think that considering the future of their country is dependent on their relationship with the U.S., that they would pay a little bit more attention to that. But maybe they do kind of believe themselves that they can hold their own. I don't know if they actually believe that or not, but if they do, they're pretty dumb. That's all I got to say. They're pretty dumb if they believe that. So
we also have the PSYOP discussion is happening too. We obviously saw Netanyahu meeting with the head of the Mossad. It certainly looks like some false flag is being planned. And of course, we had good old Larry the Loomer, looming here again, once again, telling us the thing. We just see what she says, and then it's the opposite, right? She tells us the thing, and then we go, oh, so soon there will be a massive Islamic terror attack in America. That makes sense. Is that before or after Iran gets the 300 billion? And the perpetrators will likely have financial ties to podcasters. Oh shit! Can we get some of this, Jay? I want to have some of this. And those who are sowing discord of foreign nations to America.
Sowing discord. You mean saying things you disagree with? Is that what you mean, Larry? That's kind of what it sounds like to me. So
lying Larry, leaping Larry. I predict. Okay, what do you predict there? I predict there will be many casualties, and only then will it maybe set in that people have been conned into supporting a terrorist psyop. Of Israel? Is that? Well, I get confused because she's using words that I don't know who she's applying it to. Because I know. Okay. Anyways, to distract you from the threat of Israel. I mean, she says Islam, while the enemy plotted to destroy our country from within with botted conspiracy theories, it'll likely be 10 times worse than 9/11. Now she sounds like Cartman at the end. 1,000 times worse than 9/11. 1,000 times worse. 9/11 times 1,000.
She thinks about Muslims the exact same way Cartman thinks about Jews. That is 100%. But yeah, I mean, that is hilarious that, and I'll be honest with you, I do feel like this backs up my theory that they just want to pin everything on Israel, because you can't be that dumb. Like, you can't seriously sit there and not realize that right now, a lot of false flags and a lot of things that have happened in America are being tied to Israel, and people are starting to figure out some of this shit. People look at the number of ties between Zionism and the assassination of JFK, of RFK, of 9/11. They literally had Israeli spies dancing and laughing on 9/11. More and more people are aware of this now. And yet she is coming out and saying there's going to be a gigantic terrorist attack and it's the Muslims. It's like she has no sense of self-awareness. So, I don't know, maybe she just is that dumb and they are that desperate and they know that's their only play. Because, unfortunately, what may wind up happening is that they do a gigantic false flag. They do automatically blame it on Iran, and then they turn around and just do whatever it is they're going to do. They start the war, and they do everything in their power to suppress all the dissent that's happening here in America, which is why you've seen these gigantic, detention centers, go up all over the place. So it's almost like they know it's going to be unpopular. They're going to do it anyway. They're preparing for the consequences of the pushback they're going to get in the country because they know people won't believe it. So I don't know. It's just like in the long run, it's just not gonna work, man. Even if they manage to suppress the protests in the short run, people are already to the point where they're tired of Israel. So there's no way that this shit is gonna last that long. And the funniest thing, lastly, is she talks so much about Islam, but how the hell could we do any of this shit without the rest of the Gulf countries on board to help us fight Iran? Israel is one tiny little dot. Does she not recognize all of our vassals in the area are also Muslim? At least pretend that you're only talking about Shia Islam or Iranian Muslims. She can't even help herself to the point where she's also throwing American vassals under the bus too. So, it's truly crazy.
Yeah, they can't. They never can help themselves, and it's always projection. It's always Freud 101. I mean, so obvious. We've been seeing a bunch of examples of this all day. I mean, we saw that Fox News guy earlier on. We did a real fake news, and he was saying, "Do you think Iran is going to actually spend our $300 billion on rebuilding schools?" And we're like, "Why wouldn't they? They of course they would." Why what would you do with 300? You're always accusing the thing you would like. It's so obvious. That's what you're thinking about. If we got $300 billion, we don't use it on our schools. That's why you want to blame them. So it's always the thing you just apply it to yourself. So it's very easy. Just take these tweets, take these little, these little clips, and you say, just switch out the words, switch out the Islam with the Israel, switch out the false flag, who you're blaming it on. I mean, this is happening right now. What do you think they're meeting about? Mm-hmm. What the hell are you? Who has the track record of the false flags? It's these guys. This is what we're not talking about. So we always like to blame the others of what we have the track record of doing. And you're right. There's no self-awareness there because it's in their head it works, but not when we say no. That's not what they do. That's what you do. So. Keep that in mind, everyone, there's going to be more of this projection. It's called projection and displacement. It's like Freudian 101 shit for basic psychology. It's like psychology 101 shit. Very easy to see. Very easy. Very true. So we'll wrap this one up. Obviously, we're going to keep an eye on this one, especially with that new breaking news of them saying we're not moving forward unless you stop bombing Lebanon. So we might be at a standstill here before the ceremony happens tomorrow morning. But at this point, let's end with this. And I was hesitant. You sent me this clip, and I don't like the label on here, man. Can we pretend that this is, I'm going to play the clip, and if it gets edited out because of copyright, because it's from a film, it's from Casino. Let's talk about this one. I know it's funny, but I don't like the label.
Put it in the segment, but yeah.
It's what's that?
I said, don't put it in the segment when the segment goes up. But this one did make me laugh out loud. And I will say, Casino is underrated. I actually like it more than The Godfather. That might be, one of my favorite movies. It definitely is.
It's a great film. All time. So when we edit this, we'll do it with like a freeze frame, and then we can talk about it. So let's play it for the live audience gets to see it, and then we'll do the freeze frame for the segment. Here it is.
Get this through your head, you Jew motherfucker, you only exist out here because of me. That's the only reason. Without me, you, personally, every fucking wise guy still around, I'll take a piece of your fucking Jew ass. Then where you gonna go? Your fucking warrant don't ever go over my fucking head again, you motherfucker, you.
That's what they want us to think is happening right now. But
this is not accurate. Just because he says Jew motherfucker doesn't mean this. You don't just put Netanyahu Trump. That's not what's that. I don't like that. I watched this without the label on the top, and I go, to me, it's the other way around, man. I just don't. I just cannot. It's just.
Well, clearly Trump is talking crazier publicly about Netanyahu right now than Netanyahu is about Trump. Not crazier, but he's being more bold in his criticism.
No. But this is what. No, look at the movie reference. De Niro is the character of De Niro is the one going on TV, taking the job of he's the game show host. He's literally like practically a game show host, and he has to keep things looking good. But at some point, he calls out Pesci. He says this guy's out of control, but yet they need each other. The whole so the desert scene is behind. This is behind closed doors. This is not on. This is not on. This is all of the handlers. Pesci represents all of Trump's handlers that had coming to him saying, "We own you, mother effer." That's the Adelsons. That's all of the money. That's you. What are you doing? So this is that. I think it's the opposite. I don't like putting that's just my take. But it is funny. These characters are both like not good people, and we're supposed to be somehow rooting for De Niro in this film. They're both not good people. But anyways,
yeah, I know it was a great movie though.
That's a good one. I might agree with you on Godfather is overwatched and overrated sometimes. So is Goodfellas, but
Goodfellas and Casino, I actually like both of them more than The Godfather. I will say I do think The Godfather tells us more about how the world works, but movies, Goodfellas is probably my favorite, followed by Casino with a close second.
So it doesn't get as much play as the other two. So I'll give it that. It's a good film. So go check it out, guys. Okay, that's enough of that one. We got time for one more segment with you, Jay. Let's get to this one because this one was on our headline. Our headline is what? Shoot, you know what? I gotta load it up. I gotta load it up here. In the meantime, you know what? I didn't put this Rumble rant up earlier. Let me just get this up here because I had to take it from Rumble. This was in regards to thanks Longmeadow for the Rumble rant. Matt and Derrick's conversation top tier. Thank you both, and a ton of respect to both of you. Also, thank you for that, Longmeadow. Really appreciate that. And we have some more super chats. We'll get to that shortly when we're going to be bringing in Nurse Leslie here in just a little bit after this next segment here. Let me just make sure we're queued up. This is the Peter Thiel story, which has been which came into play here. I'm just gonna grab this.
It's been going viral a little bit more over the past few days, and yeah, it truly is amazing seeing how many of these secret meetings they have. Like most people have heard about Bohemian Grove by now. A lot of people have heard about the Bilderberg group by now, and all of those groups still exist. So this is just, I guess, like another new group that's popping up on top of all these others that are already, working. So
here we go. Yeah, like Jay was saying, it's yet another super duper secret society of psychopaths. Yep. Here we go. This leak. This is Palantir co-founder. We know him well. It's Peter Thiel. His super secret society has been exposed by a hacker. Literally, a hacker got this. That's the actual hacker in the picture next to him. Pretty wild. World elites are set to discuss prepping for World War III, which makes sense, right? Because they were it's all through the Epstein files. Why would they stop now? Just because the Epstein files? Why would you stop having your super duper secret meetings? Feasting on adrenochrome while you plan the next war and the next takeover of money. Why not? Why would you stop? So, and how to build a cult. Those are the talking points. Okay, so let's see this breakdown. So a secret society of the world's elites, co-founded by spyware billionaire Peter Thiel, has been exposed by hacktivists. Oh, I like that. Hacktivists. I haven't heard that one before. That's good. Hacktivists. Okay, great. Dialogue is a private invitation-only network co-founded in 2006 by Palantir chairman Thiel and data entrepreneur Aaron Hoffman. The organization holds off-the-record summits for powerful figures from the world of politics, finance, military, celebrity, and tech. Sounds like Epstein Part 2 here, right? Frequently compared to the Bilderberg Group and World Economic Forum, Dialogue has spent 2 decades refusing to disclose the identity of its members, and it has a private website. So, however, the directory in the website's code was revealed by Swiss hacktivist Mia Arsen-Krimiu, who you saw in the picture. She previously leaked the U.S. government's no-fly list and hacked surveillance camera company Verkada, Wired reported. The directory included participant profiles for those planning to attend the group's summits, featuring contact information, facts about themselves, and even if they were looking for love at dialogue events. That's right. They do dating too. Wow.
Tyrant Tinder, I call it.
Ah, yeah, that's right. Okay. So profiles included. Here we go. We got Ted Cruz, Scott Bessent. We have the chief economist at Israel's finance ministry, Shmuel Abramson, yeah. A number of Google and Google DeepMind execs. Other names include Hollywood actors. Well, look at that. Joseph Gordon-Levitt. He recently didn't he do a thing where he was talking about how great pharma is and how great, oh man, they are parading him around. Josh Brolin, that's one I haven't seen him do anything crazy. Well, here we go. Podcast host and author, of course, Sam Harris, and tech entrepreneur and longevity obsessive Brian Johnson. Straight Arrow's News reported. In many cases, it isn't known if those names are full members, conference participants, or merely guests of the organization. Wired reported that a separate source revealed details of an upcoming dialogue retreat at a venue outside of Dublin, Ireland. The retreat due to be held on 12/16. Okay, I see. August. Wait, 12/16 August. What? Okay, this year. I don't know if sometimes the dates are screwy. Is set to, so it's in August. Is set to host
the 16th of August. It looks like, so 4 days.
Got it. It's just they do the reverse. So it's August 12th through 16th. Thank you. It's set to host NATO's top U.S. commander, Alexis Garich, as well as multiple officials from the Trump administration, 2 U.S. senators, a former Middle East chief of intelligence, and a sitting ambassador to the United States. Also present will be 6 members of the so-called PayPal mafia, and a number of those running the U.S. most prominent surveillance and data firm. So basically, the entire Epstein cabal looks like they're tied to this. The conference is set to feature, these are some of the titles of the sessions: Navigating World War III, Battlefield Technologies, Money Does Buy Happiness, Bring Back Nuclear, wow, and I kid you not, Build a Cult. The latter of which will be moderated by the founder of the Christian networking site, Pray.com. Holy crap, man.
Can't make it. And you see, Matt, this is why I do think people underestimate the role of religion, like in world affairs, because they know that humans have a natural inclination to want to discover what God is and to connect, like, to spirituality and all that. And they try their best to manipulate that, in people to control people. So, but yeah, the guest list is amazing. You have Democrats, you have Republicans, and what that didn't get into, it named all the other people from the government and, executives and big companies, is it also didn't mention the other part of the guest list is just billionaires, but don't forget, we're supposed to believe, oh yeah, most of the billionaires is just good. There's just a few bad apples in there, who were doing some bad stuff, but most of them are good. That's what they want us to believe. So
here's the actual leaked. You keep going, but this is the actual leaked email right here. This is nuts. This is inviting everybody. It's going to have the list. So this is, you're invited to the event, 2-day bipartisan retreat discussing how to change the world, how to control the world. I think they meant that's a typo. And so this is directly from Peter Thiel. And then, this is they're saying 150 people changing the world. Blah, 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 change the world. Look at when we get to this part, this is 100% off the record. So they're telling you, we're going to give you the list of participants. And just to be absolutely clear, this is 100% off the record. Oh, now, thanks for the warning. Yeah?
I want to pause there for a second,
go ahead.
Right? Because if you want to do something in secret, most of the time, the reason you want to do that in secret is because people will be pissed off if they understand what you're trying to do. And that's why I think when you're looking at who's on the right side of humanity, the level of transparency that people have is key. Why all the secrets? Why are you guys meeting up at Bohemian Grove over there and having sex orgies and praying to some ancient Persian god or some shit like that, and possibly going through a ceremonial sacrifice? Maybe not. Supposedly it's not real people being sacrificed, but you're pretending to sacrifice people. I mean, all this shit is weird. Why, if we're talking about the future of the world, shouldn't we want to involve as many people as possible in these conversations? No. They want it to be done in secret, Matt, behind closed doors.
These are just some of the highlighted names from the list. Basically they're all billionaires, I would assume. Or like you're saying, politicians or celebrities.
Yeah, influential people. The Harvard professor, I doubt he's a billionaire. Right. He's very influential because, he's a person with a high position over at Harvard. So, that's why when people, say conspiracy theories are wild and crazy, it's like saying you don't believe that people get together and make secret plans. If you say conspiracy theories are never real and you got to dismiss all of them, that's what a conspiracy is people getting together and planning something and essentially manipulating people. That's what a conspiracy is. And a theory is just your idea that it might be happening, of something that could be happening. So conspiracy theories are not wild and crazy ideas. There's something we need to be talking about to understand what's happening in the world, because now we know that all these people are getting together and planning shit in secret while reassuring each other, oh, this is all off the record. We can talk freely here. This is off the record.
Man. So this just goes on. Is this the exact list from this event or from a previous event? It might be
previous year. This
is from one, because I just noticed, look at this. Is this real on here? Is this real? Look at this. Jeff Epstein. This is from so this is from a 2013 event, because this group's been around since 2006. Right?
Apparently, that's a different Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay,
there's another guy with that name, apparently. But Jeffrey Epstein, did talk about the event, and I put the screenshot of his email into the document. I don't know if you caught that, but Jeffrey Epstein, I think I put it in there. I'm pretty sure I did. But
Well, this is all. I mean, this was I grabbed this from the email from the tweet. So this is the 2013 event of all these participants. Okay, so this goes on. Yeah, the list goes on. Okay, well let's look at. You have another. Okay, so you got Epstein coordination. Is that the one? The Epstein coordination?
Exactly.
Yeah, you just okay. Let me
so
grab
that is
on
what Jeffrey Epstein was actually saying about it. So this is one of the things that got leaked.
Okay, so the people that are going to be at the one in August, that was on the original tweet we saw when they broke the story. The hackers broke that one.
Correct.
But this email, okay. So
that email we just saw, that was
Okay.
from a past year.
That's
It's
from
just that all this is coming out now. Exactly.
That's from a 2013 event.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be super duper secret, and now that got released a lot because the hackers got. And I love it. They're called hacktivists. I love it, man. Hacktivists. They got this and they got it out to the people. And of course, every one of these people are being arrested right now because that's how. Oh wait, no, never mind. Never mind. That's not it. That's not a thing. That's not. No. What was I thinking? Okay. So let's get the shared screen on this one. Here we go. This is okay. Man, every time I do shared screen, it does a little glitch, man. This is why I like to. I do like to have. I like to create the files before we go. You see, it's not letting me do the share. Hold on, let me try again. Shared screen, grabbing this one. Okay, this might work this time. Okay, here we go. So this one from 2016. This is sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Peter Thiel loved the secret society idea. He's done a lot of work on the concept. All failed so far. So
no, that was Jeffrey Epstein emailing this person, and then that person replies, "Let's do it."
Oh shoot! So he said he loved the idea.
Yep. So what Jeffrey Epstein is saying is that he coordinated with Peter Thiel, and he loved whatever idea it was that recipient told him about. He gave the information to Thiel. Thiel liked it, and now he's coming back and confirming. Perfect. Let's move forward.
Wow. This is insane, man. This is insane. And nothing's gonna happen to Peter Thiel. He's totally fine. Totally cool. Probably can pull off that. Just like Bilderberg events, they can pull these off still, even though we know what they're doing is evil and wrong. They can still do it, and they can still have their security. They can do what they did. Every time a Max Blumenthal or somebody shows up and says, "Hey, we know what you're doing in there," they're like, "You can't come in. F you." And it's like, we're just here because you're not letting you guys are having this meeting. So they're gonna probably be able to pull this off in August anyways, right? Even though the shit leaked. They won't even have to cancel it.
Yeah. And I want to make sure, I'm clear, right? Because people might think, well, we don't know for sure that they're making, decisions that will impact humanity here. Maybe they're just,
No, they're not going to say that.
Influential. But
Jay, hold on. They're not going to say. I think everyone agrees they're working to change the world. They just want to tell us that it's for the better, right? That when we look in the Epstein files and we see the pandemic preparation, super secret meetings. Oh, that's just because they're trying to prepare because they want to help people. So that's what this whole we're going to prepare for World War III. It's the same thing. The COVID 201 event that we said, look at what they effing did. They did an actual event. That was just to be prepared. Oh, they're doing a World War III preparation event. Oh, that's just to be. They want to help us. So they're going to keep doing that garbage. That these people have good intention on the world population, right?
Yeah, but they're also going to downplay, right? Like the level of when you ask them about it publicly, I was like, we weren't doing anything too major. We were just chopping it up, coming up with ideas. And of course, we're going to run it by you guys before we implement it. But what people don't realize is that, what's openly on public record right now is participants in the Bilderberg group have done interviews saying that the idea for the European Union, which is the largest or at one point, it was the largest economic trading bloc in the entire world. That was born out of a Bilderberg meeting. So when these rich, influential people get together and they make plans at these types of meetings, they make decisions that impact the entire globe when they do stuff like that. So, you know, it is important to look at what's already been verified and what they've admitted to.
You guys are gonna love this one. They literally had a 3-hour session on how to steal an election. What? They're calling it. So that's now that kind of goes against my last point that you can spin it as they're trying to help us. I don't think there's any way to spin that one. You're calling the name of the conference. How does you're not going to pretend it's about how to make elections work better?
Let me spin that. I'll tell you how they'll defend that.
Okay.
Well, Matt, are you a Trump supporter? No. Well, we have to do everything we can to stop someone like Trump from getting into power again. So if I tell you that this guy is going to be like Trump, then I'm justified in stealing this election. So they're only going to steal the election if some dangerous, loose, wild cannon, like is running in the election. Of course, they wouldn't do it to someone like Thomas Massey or something like that. That all happened fair and square. They're only going to steal elections from people who have bad intentions, Matt. So you can rest assured it's still working in favor of us.
Yeah. Well, look, we'll just we have to wrap this up in a bit, but let's just remember there's a whole list of people going to this one in August, and I just so people understand, this is not a part like they told us, this is not a partisan issue at all. These are all there are no good billionaires. Everybody tied to this is exactly like the Epstein clan. It is the Epstein clan. So you pointed this one out. The 2 Dems and the 1 Republican, they're all part of this, right? Cory Booker and Ted Cruz are referenced as, so these are the 2 senators that were listed, right? The 2 U.S. senators are like two, as we would think, 2 opposite ends of the spectrum. No, they're not. No, they're not. Same handlers, same rabbi. Rabbi Shmuley handles both of them. Just to be clear, everyone, Cory Booker and Ted Cruz are on the list from the names of the people that are going to go to this one in August. And then you have,
what this confirms for us is, how people were when we were growing up, a lot of people weren't completely sure if wrestling was fake. When you were a kid, you thought wrestling was kind of real. Like, oh, Triple H and Stone Cold, they don't like each other. There's no way they're actually friends behind the scenes, right? Well, Cory Booker and Ted Cruz is literally Stone Cold Steve Austin and Triple H. So
yeah,
that's what we're looking at.
Yeah. And then the last one, I'll just, because we saw Scott Bessent was on the list, and this is the guy responsible for all of the destruction of all of the countries, all the third of the world that we sanction the shit out of. And we've been doing it for years. This is the guy that champions it. And just to remind people, Scott Bessent is brilliant and ruthless. If you're conducting economic warfare, this is the 5-star general you want conducting Forex. He was instrumental in collapsing the British pound in 1992. 1990. See, he goes way back. This guy goes way back. 1997 Asian financial crisis and the Japanese yen in 2013. That's what you do.
Fun fact, right? You remember how much Trump talked about how evil George Soros is, and how George Soros was the guy funding, all the crazy leftist, causes all across the nation. When that tweet mentioned how Scott Bessent helped collapse the British pound in 1992, he did that for George Soros. That is how George Soros got catapulted from a multi-hundred millionaire to billionaire. So Scott Bessent is one of the main reasons why George Soros is one of the wealthiest people in the world. So at the same time Trump campaigns on going after people like George Soros, as soon as he gets into power, he empowers the people who helped George Soros get there. And of course, some of his supporters, I don't think there's too many left, but some of his supporters would have said, oh no, he just wants to spotlight these guys. So you know who they are now. Because guess what, Matt? You didn't know who Scott Bessent was before, but now you know. So even if he blows, I guess they're not counting the fact that if they destroy the world in the process and don't face any consequences for their action. I mean, I don't know, man. Like, but that's the excuse they give us. Oh yeah, he's just putting a spotlight on the bad guys, so we know who they are. Oh, good to know.
There you go, guys. It's the super secret societies at it again, and they're not going to stop just because Epstein's gone or hiding in Israel. It's not. You have to come up with a new island, you know, wherever it's going to be. So this is. It doesn't stop, guys. The plotting, the conniving, the power grubbing, the destroying, this destruction of our livelihoods, the plotting of all these wars, and the capturing of the money, and they have fun in the process. It's going to continue. So at least we have this new term. I'm going to remember that the hacktivist. That's cool. So props to the hacktivists that pulled this one off. But just like with everyone before this, no one's going to jail. All right, guys, we have to cut this one off right now, Jay. Man, this is we packed a lot in. We certainly packed a lot in. Let everybody know what you have going on. I know we had some great news with We the People down in Florida. That's exciting, and we're seeing some progress in that in that third-party space, right?
Yep. And one of the largest states in the country, Florida, We the People is officially on the ballot, guys. So what that means is essentially we are now one step closer to coming together and moving forward on the common ground. And, you know, for those who don't recognize the significance of that, you know, Florida has, you know, one of the largest numbers of delegates, you know, like in the country. So, you know, one day as we are ready to run, you know, make that national impact, right now the focus is a lot on local. But, you know, when we do run president one day, we already got California on lock. You know, and, you know, we're still, you know, working on ensuring, you know, New York is under control, you know, as well as California. But long story short, we're doing death by 1,000 cuts. We're going after all the small local elections that control a large amount of the budget, have an impact on your life, and are usually uncontested, where over 70% of them actually do not have another person in the race. So yes, you know, we're going to be looking for those national positions like congressmen and governors too, but people underestimate the amount of difference they can make by running for some of these smaller offices. So it's major news. And for those who've never heard of it before, really quick, we are different from every other third party because we decentralize power and allow each party member to have the same say in the direction of the party as the people on the executive committee. So you have a lot more power when you join We the People than you do in any other party. So this is the real way that we take control of what's happening in our communities. So I want to encourage everyone to start thinking about a lot of these positions that fly under the radar, especially sheriff, because a lot of the plans they have, you know, for suppressing for pushing back against, you know, protest and civil disobedience in the country depends on corrupt sheriffs going along with the plans that they have in motion. Their ability to lock down in fake pandemics depends on sheriffs complying with what they have. So that's just one example. There's a lot of ways we can make a difference, and we can do it with a small number of people and a small number of votes in these rural areas. So get involved. Visit the website, www.wtpnational.com. See what's happening in your area. And if nothing's happening in your area yet, now is the time. Now is the time to get involved. So appreciate you as always, Matt. Great work. I'll be in touch soon.
Awesome. Thanks, Jay. We'll see you next time. All right, everyone. Jay Scott, stepping it up today, guys. We're plowing through, and I know the censorship machine is in play. The algorithms are crazy, but we know you guys are toughing out with us, and you're getting the messages out. You're sharing a lot of great comments. A lot of, you know, you guys are doing the likes and the all that stuff. We like it, and it means that you're part of what we're doing. We're fighting back against this machine. We're doing it together, And man, I'm so excited right now. We're not even going to cut to a break. I'm just ready to move on with the show because we're doing some talking back, and you guys know I've been doing it with you the last several weeks here. But now we can finally, I can take one moment to say, oh boy, let's go ahead and start talking back. This time it ain't with Matt. We're doing this with Nurse Leslie. She's back. So let's go ahead and get this ready. We saw some super chats and some other stuff with you guys already on our feed. So we'll get the conversation started. And this is for you, for us to respond to you. That's what this is about. We're not just reading down a list. We're having a conversation. So let's go ahead and play in the intro. Here we go. Hey, Leslie, welcome back to the Homeless Left. It's so good to have you with us today.
Hi, everyone. You can hear me well and see
Absolutely.
me?
We got
Perfect.
you.
It's good to be back. It's nice to be here. I think a lot of people know how hard it has been for me and my family and for you. It's been very, very challenging. And I wasn't even going to come on today, but I'm here and it's good to be here. I missed all of you, all of our regulars. I see a lot of new names and new faces, new little pictures. So good to be here. Can you hear my dog?
I think we're hearing a little tiny bark, but maybe
Sorry, guys.
maybe he's we're okay.
Hi, Moon Eye people. We
okay.
just adopted a dog, a month and a half ago, and he's very, very reactive. So if any of you guys have any tips or advice for an extremely reactive dog, please send it over to us. We need all the help we can get. Okay, so
Can I say before you start? Can I just say, it was such an intense time, obviously dealing with the loss of your father, of my father-in-law, and I just want to say you've done such an amazing. I'm so I'm in awe of how you've kept yourself, together and moving through this and going through all the stages of grief, and but being so inspiring to everybody else and so many people that showed up and have been part of this process and been there to support your father. And I think it was very inspiring, even with all the pain, very inspiring to see that. And I think others anybody who saw it with their own eyes has been definitely affected by it and will keep it with them the rest of their lives. So I just wanted to point that out.
Well, thank you for that. I'm hardly keeping it together. There's okay days and there are really bad days, but my father would want us to continue on with life. And all I could say is for everyone viewing that we need to not take life for granted and take photos, take vacations, film the people that you love, because when they're not here anymore, it is absolutely horrible and terrible getting used to them not being here physically. It's I can't describe the grief. A lot of you probably know that pain, and it's horrific. And just enjoy life and the people that you love while they're here, guys. Okay, just gonna say that. But it's really nice to see all of you. So many people are saying hello. Let's see. Hi, JW. So nice to be back as well. Ardeen as well. With of course we've been in contact for a while, of course, already. So good to see you guys here. So I starred too many comments as always. I always say I'm gonna star like 15, but I have too many. So let me try to breeze through. I think you read all of Citizens already.
Yes, Iran has the right to defend itself. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
I mean, they sure do, right? Let's see. I say control the mainstream media. What did he say there? As I say, they don't. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm probably watching that.
No, he does. No, Citizen likes to do little code words sometimes for us. We're supposed to have to figure it out. It's okay.
The antiseptic label must be embraced, not rejected.
And I said it's the third way. It's not embraced or rejected. We don't care. We just brush it off. That's it. We don't care. We in fact we waste too much time pointing fingers at each other for who said the wrong thing at the wrong time. We're going to get accused of something. Who cares? Let's just report the news, have the conversations, be honest. It doesn't matter. You're going to be called if you're pissing people off. You're going to be called names. Get over it. It's okay. That's fine. Yeah.
Hi, Leora. It's nice to see you on here if you're still on. I'm sure you read this one as well.
No, I did not, but we covered this story on Tuesday. So for those who don't know, if you want to, yeah, the under 16 ban did happen. Disclosure excuses for PDFs, world order. That's what the ban equals. It's so they make everyone think in England. They make everybody that thinks that they're helping the kids stay off their screens and do more stuff with their little kid lives, which they should be outdoors. They should be. That's not what this is about. It's a capture. It's a digital ID rollout. It's a surveillance state. That's what this says. So go back, guys. Watch. We have that segment from Tuesday. We did a good kind of investigation on that. So yeah.
I've been off the grid for weeks and months. Are we not allowed to say the PDF word?
It's just a fun way to do it. We can say pedo class, whatever. But PDF, it's a funny stay off the grid type of way to say it. PDFs, yeah.
Got it. Okay. Okay, thank you. Wits again. Okay, let's see. Let's read Sam's comment. Long live the IRGC, F Israel and their Western accomplices. Free Palestine, of course, dismantle Zionism. Thank you.
I ran for the win.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. From Blakey, another one of a kind presentation from the legendary Matt Weinglass. Let's go.
Oh, come on now. We're just
you guys are so cool. From JW, peace, Matt and THL.
Nice.
And again, nice to see you and everyone here. JW, thank you. Let's see. I started this one. U.S. track athlete Jenny Simpson collapsed today. No pulse when they got to her.
We saw
Very
that,
sad.
we saw that after we did the We Know What It's Not segment. We've been doing that one on Tuesdays. And I saw that after and I go, man, but it's happening all the time. I'm like, it's okay. We'll have another athlete drop dead before next Tuesday. So we'll be able to, we try to just show you guys that this is ongoing all the time. It's not just, everybody likes to say, oh, you're just cherry picking. No, we're not. We've been doing this for years now. And every week there's another athlete that drops dead. It's crazy. I don't know why. We don't know why doctors are
more
baffled.
than ever before.
Yeah.
Doctors are baffled. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Kelly Jones. Yep. No. Oh, I had this one up, but I didn't read it. Dr. John Campbell covered many young Brit athletes that suddenly, all of a sudden, passed away from heart attacks.
I don't know why.
All jabbed.
I don't know why Dr. John Campbell never had his YouTube channel removed. But maybe the reason is that he just reported facts, and that's all he's been doing. He sometimes makes a face and goes, but then he goes back to he just reads that's what he does. He did it all through COVID. He just went on his channel and just read facts and made a little face of and that was enough because we go, yeah, is right. And so we should maybe if we had done that, we wouldn't have lost our YouTube channel. But yeah. Go ahead.
Right. All right. From Kelly Jones. Yep. No way athletes in their prime should be collapsing on track. And it's more than ever before. I feel like, and again, I've been off the grid for a while, but I feel like it's every day, every other day. It's all the time now. It is strange. It is scary.
It's becoming normal. And we
They're
thought
normalizing it.
We thought that if enough time went by and we saw this every week, that people would say, oh shit, this is obviously a problem. But it's the opposite. The more this happens, the more weeks that go by, the more we're removed from the COVID lockdown summer and the jibbity jab year the following year. The more we're removed from that, the more it's in our rearview mirror. And so what happens is this becomes normal. And that's why it's even more important that we keep talking about this, because we have to remind people that this is not normal. It was not normal before 2021.
I realize you can see my necklace very well. If you guys can imagine what my dad's name is, can you see it?
It's Eugenio. If people aren't seeing it, it's beautiful. I'm glad we can get a little shot of that in the camera. Very cool. Beautiful.
I'm going to share with some people his obituary page is beautiful. I love his picture. We're still honoring him every single day, every minute. Oops. I didn't mean to click on that one yet. From Friendly Brilliant, Trump is unpredictable. And I feel the same way. And, every day I wonder, what is he going to say or do today? Kelly Jones, our economy runs on bombing women and children. Yes, it does.
Our capitalist model runs
Yeah.
on that. Yeah, we have to. Yeah.
JW, Kelly Jones, well said. The American KKK empire is truly evil. Earlier today, I was speaking to someone about our country and our government, criticizing the things that our government has been doing. And this person said to me, well, get out. If you don't like the United States, you have the right to leave. You should leave. And I'm like, hold on. People can criticize their government. And this person was very offended. He told me to get out.
So I got a response for that one. If anybody has to, so if you want to, if someone's still telling you this shit, like you're not allowed to criticize, or you have to leave the country that you're criticizing, you say, now, does that logically make any sense? If my critique of the country I'm in is that it's going around bombing the shit and murdering people everywhere else in the planet and getting away with it, why would I move out of it just to be a target of the next bombing? I'm actually in better shape staying here. But that's just one. I'm just saying there's a lot of things we can say back to that. But no, that makes no sense that you have to move as a punishment for critique. It's so bizarre that people are wired.
So strange.
It's so weird. Oh, move. No, you're speaking out, and you have a right to stay and make your voice heard. It's ridiculous. It's such a crazy idea to leave.
I think these type of people think like we should be loyal to our country, whatever they do. We need to be loyal and on our country side, our government side, which doesn't make any sense.
Well, this is, I want to point this out. So I'm just not too much of a distraction, but this is so people know that when you see, you guys know, you see the Israeli flags wrapped around those Zionists. They do that because they are you can't tell the difference between where they stop and where their country begins, because they are Israel. That's why they wrap the flag around them. Don't ever wrap the American flag around you. It's okay to have it up on your whatever house, porch, car. Don't, even in a t-shirt, whatever. But when you wrap yourself in a flag, you're saying to the world, there's no distinction between me and the flag. That's how we can tell that those Iranians are Zionists. The ones right here in LA, in Westwood, in Brentwood, they're showing up to SoFi Stadium, and they're outside the stadium rooting against Iran with the Iranian flag, the older Iranian flag, that's not the current one. They have it wrapped in them, and they don't know who to cheer for. They're saying we want our team to lose, but we identify you can't tell where they end. Those are Zionists. That's the same. Don't be that. Don't be. I can't tell the person from the country. It's weird. It's sick. It's disturbing, and it is confusing. Like, what do you mean? Like, you are a person. Your country is a country. You have a right to have an opinion about the thing that you're in. Don't wrap yourself in it.
Thank you, Matt. All right. From Julia MR. Nice to see you, Julia. Greater Israel Project versus technocratic world government. Both are evil. Thank you. You already spoke to Jay, but I'll read this one from the Jay Scott. When you understand how consciousness impacts reality, I'd argue our collective consciousness definitely impacts the course of the world. That's one reason they like to control the media so darn much. Absolutely. Thank you, Jay.
Jay wrote this while I was speaking with DERRICK BROZE, and we were discussing the film, the Spielberg film.
The one we went, yeah.
Disclosure Day. And we had, DERRICK had similar takeaways that we had, because we saw that. And I was saying how it just seems like the whole thing is the predictive programming mechanism, and the way you can, we talked about manufacturing consent through these films. So yeah, this is how that collective consciousness can impact the course of the world. So we want our collective consciousness to be outside of that Clockwork Orange kind of mind control. So we come out of that, and then we can look at it with so anyways, but these are great conversations we were having. So Leslie,
absolutely.
So that's all. I just wanted to put that in there.
From Melissa in TX, which is Texas. When did they ever plan good things? Not for the peasants, not for we the people, the peasants. Matt, I like to use that word.
Yeah, and by the way,
the peasants.
I want to put a shout out to Kelly Lane, her group, No Peasants, which is it's the response to No Kings. We say no peasants, so we don't want to be peasants anymore. They're working with we the people together right now, which is great.
Okay.
That you could have. Yeah, you can have candidates that have both messages, and that's what it's about. It's not to be in just one party, but to have them kind of working as a coalition of parties in the third party space. So I just want to say that this shout out to no peasants, but yes, they never plan anything for the peasants. That's right.
From Tig Tigs, and I don't think we've met before. So nice to meet you, Tig Tigs. One planet, one race, all existing, one breath at a time. I love that. Keep it real. Thank you so much.
Just don't charge us for the breathing like the WEF wants to. The breathing is still free. Let's keep it that way. They literally want to charge us for taking breath, just like drinking water, just like having shelter, just like everything costs money, and information costs, everything costs money.
That reminds me of an animated film. Is it the Lorax? I don't remember which one it is, where they're starting to charge money for air, the air that we breathe. Is it the Lorax? I think it's Lorax, or one of those cute animated films that is for children, but essentially has a really good message.
If it's in a children's film, it's more predictive programming, more getting our subconscious, like getting us equipped to handle it when it actually does happen. So we go, oh yeah, that thing that you charge for the air. Yeah, I kind of had that implanted in my childhood brain, and now I'm going to be okay with it, because I guess that makes sense. That's a capitalism, right? That makes sense, right? If we have to pay rent for our house, I guess we got to pay for the air, right? That makes sense. Okay.
Absolutely. And by the way, living is so expensive. Dying is extremely expensive. Dying is extremely expensive. It is thousands and thousands of dollars. Oh my gosh, you guys. Everything is capitalism. Everything's a business here. And while we're at it, television, it's called programming for a reason. That's right, Tig Tigs. Thank you. Thanks, Melissa, for tuning in. Never seen you before, Matt. Enjoyed it.
Oh, wow. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Melissa.
I thought this one was, thank you, Melissa. I thought this one was interesting. From Philippicus 7446. Knowing God brings a feeling of peace and harmony in the crazy world we need more than ever. Belief is a form of knowledge and knowing He exists. So as a person who's brought up as a Catholic, and I do still believe in a higher being or a supreme entity. I don't know what it is. I'm still searching for that, but I'm a believer of Jesus and whatever God is in my heart and in the universe that I believe in. But I do know a lot of atheists or agnostic people who do have a feeling of peace and harmony as well in this crazy world. So while not everyone has that belief in God or a God, there are a lot of people with peace and harmony in their lives. Like, I mean, not to put you on the spot, Matt, right?
No, I think if there's one thing we've learned through these last 6 years is that, people can be complete psychopaths, whether they're part of a religion or not. They can be a psychopath being part of a religion or not. They can be part of any religion and be a total Zionist psychopath. You can be an atheist Zionist. So flip that. We also understand that you can have you can live your life in a very I would say in a more balanced Zen-like way, where you are living a good life. You can do that being part of any religion and being not part of religion too. So it's not the gauge on whether you're living a good moral life is not actually reflective of the religion you're in. It's what kind of person you are. And that's so you can use God if that fits you or not, but understand there are good people from every church and out of every church, just like there's horrible psychopaths in every church and outside of every church.
Absolutely.
So, there you go.
But thank you, Philip. We appreciate that message from Chris. Hi, Chris. And thank you so much for the welcome. Thank you all.
Appreciate it, Chris.
Allison Wright, our world has turned into a comic book and a bad acid trip. Even better, more truthful. Yes, it has. We live in a dystopian
where's
world.
Superman when you need him?
I know. Where is he?
we have. It's a comic book without the here. It's as what if it was just the villains? You didn't have any heroes. Which is a comic book story. There's comic book stories about a world without heroes, and it's just the villains doing all their shit, and then we're just kind of stuck without any superpowers to do anything back. So
Yep. All right, Natasha Zorbovsky. I'm so sorry if I said that wrong. We haven't met either. Nice to meet you, Natasha. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for that comment. Good job, guys. Thank you. Well,
Mhm.
thanks to you guys. I wasn't on, obviously.
Well,
If people are online and have time, be a bot. I thought this comment was interesting. I'm astounded at how effective it is at educating people. And I have seen a lot of bots on both sides. And I think I said this to you recently, Matt, on my Facebook. I keep getting people's, or yeah, I guess they're individuals. I keep getting posts of so much propaganda and so many things against Arabs and Palestinians and so many things for Israel. I don't know why this is happening, but I don't know why my algorithm's doing that, Matt.
mm,
But and I don't care to see these things. I put not interested, but they still keep popping up. And so a few times I have clicked on comments and there are bots defending Arabs in Palestine
yeah.
and being against war. So there's some truth to your oh, am I still there? Did
Yeah,
I freeze?
I hear you, but you're frozen. We can hear you. I don't know. Oh, are you caught up? Here, talk
Okay,
again.
sorry.
Yeah, we got you. We got you. You're
My
back.
Ethernet cable is plugged in, so I don't know why I would have any issues. Anyway, thank you, Natasha, for that comment. I've seen bots on both sides. You're right. And I like this comment from Miggy. Don't let anyone starve. Period. End of story. I
Yeah.
appreciate that. Let's see from Tig Tigs. If we want a better world, we must become the change we want to see.
Yeah.
All of us, absolutely. Especially our leaders, the people in power. Hello.
Mhm.
Let's see. We need to stop paying
That was
for.
supposed to be wasn't it Gandhi that was said that be the change?
Yeah, he said that, different wording, but yes.
Be the change you want to see in the world. That's the quote. Yeah. Very
From Tig Tigs, peeps must stop paying federal taxes, worshiping the greed and psychopathy of unbridled patriarchy, and voting for the demise of our species. I wanted to put this one up because I'm an employee of a big hospital and I pay a ton of federal taxes. And I don't know how I cannot, like, how do I not pay for that? I don't want to. If it was up to me, I wouldn't. I know my hard-earned money is going to the military-industrial complex and other bad things. So I wish I had the power to not do that. If anyone, I don't know what to do.
Well, we have to figure out how to get some wealth tax thing going. The problem
I
is
need
is
to,
that
I need to do what Donald Trump does and not pay anything in
well,
taxes.
the
How do
problem
I
is
do
that
that?
we're all in this very there's a lot more of us, but we only make up, we as in the non-billionaire class only makes up 3% of the taxes the US government takes in. So if they're taking in 97% from other places and they're not paying anything, and yet they're going to why would you focus on harassing and berating and auditing and punishing the 3% that are just trying to get through their day? And if you make 75,000, 100,000 and you're paying so much, why are you paying anything? Why don't we just not pay any? How about that 3% just not pay anything? That would help everybody. Everybody would succeed if you didn't have to pay it. How about we pay zero? We pay zero, and don't try and bullshit us with if we paid nothing that everything will fall apart. You still have 97% of the income coming in from the multi-billionaire class that can handle the rest of it. We don't need to do that. We don't need to cover that 3% anymore. We don't need to do it. It's bullshit. You're coming after us. Biden put in like 4,000 or something new IRS agents, and their whole job is let's go after those gig workers. Let's go get them for their $500 gig jobs. We got to go tax the shit out of them. That doesn't make sense.
Ridiculous.
Obviously, that's not a dumb error on their part. That's by design. Go after us, protect them, and then that's it. So we have to do something about this. The system doesn't make any sense at all.
Correct. Thank you, Matt. Allison, right. You can have peace or Israel, but you cannot have both.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Of course. Thank you.
Our peace has a right to exist. Does peace have a right to? How about that? Here's a new one for you guys.
No, Matt, we're not the
next
chosen.
time they ask you if Israel has a right to exist, say, do you think peace has a right to exist? Because you can't have both. There's my answer.
I'm going to remember that. Oh, we can't have both.
So you tell me, does peace have a right to exist? If you say no, okay, go with the Israel thing. I think peace does have a right to exist. So I'm going to go with that one because you can't have both.
I love it. And it just reminded me more of your conversations with my late father. My father was against war and for a free Palestine and peace on earth, really. So I appreciate what you guys are all saying, and you too, Matt. Thank you.
Awesome.
I think you posted this from Citizen. Thank you for all the support. Can't wait for Trump to pass so Loomer goes bankrupt. Does Citizen mean pass?
I think he means be done. Be
done with his presidency or his
No,
life?
I think he means pass.
Like
I think he means pass, like gone. But whatever the case,
whatever it means.
I don't actually think Loomer will go bankrupt. She's not relying on Trump. She can just continue to push Zionist propaganda. So I like your theory there, Citizen, but I think it's going to take a little more to bankrupt Loomer, and I think that would be the end of Israel in the state we know it now. That might bankrupt her, not necessarily Trump passing. But yeah. But hey, good idea there, though. Not good idea. I'm not saying anything about Trump passing. I'm saying good theory. Let's just leave it at that.
Theory.
Yeah.
From TikToks, each human being has the inalienable right to exist in peace with dignity and in accord with national law, cause no harm, loss, or injury. Sounds like the what is the doctor's oath called? Hippocratic oath.
Oh yeah, totally.
Genocidal squatters forfeit their right because of lawlessness, no humanity. I appreciate this comment too. Thank you.
Yeah.
To TikToks. Every accusation is a confession. Thank you. Ooh, you're gonna like this one that I started from TikToks. No such thing as a good billionaire. Did you mention the other day? Do we have a trillionaire now? Is
yeah,
it Musk?
Elon's officially a trillionaire.
What is he gonna do with all that money?
Well, he could give up the trillion now, and he's already going to be the second, because since he became a trillionaire, he's now a 1.4 trillionaire within the last week. So he's already almost added 50% to the total. It doesn't. So if you graph it, it doesn't make it. Our entire business model of capitalism doesn't make it's over. It doesn't make sense. You can't. So he hits trillion, and within a week he's at one. He went from 1.0 to 1.4. So do the math. How much of that what are we talking about? Like, you could give up the trillion and still be the richest guy. Like, what do you do? What do we do with that? What do we do with that now? That this mechanism, this algorithm of the way finances work. And we say, if you work really hard, you'll win. Well, Elon won. So is the game over? Is it over? He won. We were all playing and he wins. So now what? 1.4, 1.5, 1.6. What? 2.0. Uh-oh. He's a 10 trillionaire. Uh-oh. He's 100 trillion. What's next? Quadrillion.
Quadrillionaire?
We'll check back in on the quadrillion. Give it about a month. I mean, seriously. Then what?
I don't get it.
What are we doing?
Let's read this one again from TikToks. Corporations represent psychopathy in structural form. Capitalism exists to make profit, period. The worship of psychopathy and greed is why the West is circling the drain at the arse end of empire. Thank you, TikToks.
Thank you.
Okay.
You want
I'm gonna. This is not from THL. It's just from Rumble, from Longmeadow. Thank you for the support, Matt and Derrick. Conversation is top tier. Thank you both, and ton of respect to both of you also.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was
and
from Rumble,
Anna Ringwald. Thanks, gents. Very nice of you. You guys have to forgive me and my ignorance. What is Turtle Island?
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what they're called. That's the code name that they are saying that the Palestine terrorist in LA. I think they did. I think that's the reference to calling them. They had the codes, and they went and it was right here. It's Koreatown next door, and they went and they grabbed. They said they were using these code words to kill. They want to kill all the Jews, but they were saying Turtle Island was a code word for Palestine, or I think I forget, but that's the reference. So we embrace these code words, whatever they want. They want to call everybody a terrorist for having meetings about peace and pretending that they thwarted. This is the thing. This is what Kash Patel pretended. High-fiving Jonathan Greenblatt, ADL, high-fiving each other, saying we got them. We foiled a terrorist plot in LA on New Year's because they were plotting what to free Palestine. We stopped them. Oh, they said they were doing graffiti, and we saw the graffiti. So we went and arrested them, and now they're all being held in jail with no right to, due process, which is fucking nuts. That's nuts. For graffiti, which they probably didn't do. It was Zionists who showed up to graffiti their area of where they were, and then that made it, apparently, I don't know. It's pretty wild stuff. Pretty wild.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you guys. Let's see. I will reply back to your email. Thank you for being in contact with us. And Citizen, thank you for the condolences. How am I holding up? Trying my best, guys. It's very challenging, but I'm trying my best. Thank you for everyone who has reached out and emailed me, reached out on social media. Really appreciate all the support from everyone, from Matt, of course. Maybe I'll post Dad's obituary. I want you guys to know who my father was and forever will be. So that's about it from all the start. I mean, I could have started 100 of these comments, but I can't. Matt, a lot of great commentary, a lot of new viewers, which is awesome. And maybe you're not new, but you're new to me because I haven't been on for 2 months, I want to say. I'm not sure. Have fun watching the World Cup, guys. Let me know who your favorite teams are. And in a couple hours, I'm going to go try to have fun and watch Mexico versus Korea. Am I frozen?
Let's get this. Let's do this. I just want to say the Turtle Island reference is Native American for North America. That's the starting. That's the reference. So just from Moon. So just want to put that up. So we got, but it's also used for the Palestine movement. So there it is. Just want to put that up. So go ahead. Sorry for interrupting. I just wanted to clarify that.
I don't remember what I was talking about. So thank you for having me on. Thank you, guys. It was good to be back. Have a fantastic rest of your weekend.
Thank you, Leslie. It was great to have you back. And I know people appreciated you being here. So thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Okay. All right, guys. Thank you so much for all your amazing engagement. I'm going to go ahead and put up a little break segment here. We'll be back in 2 minutes. We have an all new top censored news of the week coming to you guys in just a few minutes. So go grab a drink or whatever you want to do. We'll see you guys back here ASAP. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's Top Censored News of the Week. We're bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way, and it's always on purpose. Let's get to the number 3 story of this week. Coming in at number 3, after murdering a baby, police returned to the scene of the crime to tear gas protesters as the mainstream media goes silent. Well, let's see what happened here. Apparently, these cops have murdered a 1-year-old baby in Mississippi after someone falsely accused his mother of shoplifting from Walmart. Even if the diapers were stolen, that is no justification for cops to murder anyone, let alone a child. But she had a receipt. A baby is dead because of a shoot-first murderous cop and a racist person who profiled a black mother and called the police over diapers that she didn't even steal. Here's a shot of from the scene of the crime right after the baby was murdered.
God, they shot. What the fuck, cuz? What the fuck? Let me eat my phone. Hey, you send me that shit. Oh, God, send me that shit, fool. Hey, what the fuck, bro? But I was fucking shit.
Wow. So that's the kid. What happened next? Well, then this happened. It seems that the officer who shot and killed the 1-year-old just had a complaint filed against him by some fellow police officer just a couple days before the shooting and killing the 1-year-old. Wow. So that's interesting timing, right? Then you know what happened after that? Well, this is where the story gets really effed up. The very next day, one day after murdering the 1-year-old baby, the police returned to the scene of the crime that they committed to protect Capitol, i.e. Walmart, and tear gas the community. There is no reforming that in this, or no reforming a system that is this barbaric and inhumane. And of course, we have video from that assault by the police the very next day at the Walmart. Here we go.
That's my baby. Hey, Jesse, that's all we want. Just for my baby, that's all we want. That's all we want. Remember, that's all we want. Just for this shit printed.
And then we heard that was the original video again. And then we heard from the mother after, who apparently says that, according to her, she's speaking out and saying that her friend used self-checkout to buy the diapers and that her friend did not drive toward the cops. This was murder, and the cops lied to try and cover it up. Wow, why is this always sounds so familiar? What do we do about this? I mean, obviously it's very easy to just, write it up for racial profiling, and obviously that's a thing, but there is certainly, and I think we were certainly trained wrong in this, to think that it was independently, uniquely a racist cop that does this, but it's actually the way they're all trained. They're all trained to do this. The racial profiling happens, but there is a mechanism in place to shoot first and cover up second. That's how it works. So what do we do about this? Well, Edward Snowden told us back 3 years ago, he told us, if you want to fix policing, remove their immunity so that they can be sued. And if you win, damages come out of the department's pension fund instead of from taxpayers. They'll clean house on their own quickly. You know, that's a great idea. That was in 2023 that he thought of that one. It's funny how much time and effort and money was spent on Black Lives Matter purposely to not figure out a solution like this. That was the point, was to create a racial divide, the establishment to get that side of things, and everybody else saying this is bullshit, and then being about whether you're going down on a knee in a football game versus do something about it. Take away their immunity. That would be a thing. But that's not going to happen. That's not going to happen at all. And the police will continue to get away with this. There's not any cover. I'm not seeing any national coverage on this. The local coverage, they might pick it up locally, but it's not. They're not going to do anything. Nothing's going to happen to this police officer. Maybe a paid leave of absence. That's about it. But this is what we have to remember, guys. Keep a context in mind. Remember that time when police stood with the people against tyrannical laws and corporate politicians. Oh yeah. Neither do I. Neither do we. We don't actually remember that. So no. And there you go. That's another unfortunate power over people scenario. Okay, here we go. Coming in at number 2, a futurist who predicted the internet, smartphones, and AI says aging ends by 2032. Well, he doesn't say this part, but we say, yeah, it's only for the elite. That's all. It's only going to be for the elite. Okay, well, let's look at a little closer at this one. Here we go. This is his name is Ray Kurzweil. We're going to see the video in a second, but this is, Ray Kurzweil. He's the futurist who predicted all these things. He's now 78 years old. He told a live audience that humanity will reach longevity escape velocity. Longevity escape velocity by 2032. He explained exactly what that means with mathematical precision. Right now, for every year you live, you get back approximately 5 months of life expectancy from medical and scientific progress, meaning you're losing roughly 7 months of net life per calendar year. Okay. Well, so longevity escape velocity is the threshold where that ratio flips. So every year you live, you get back a full year or more from scientific progress, meaning your biological clock starts running backward. So the prediction is the threshold hits by 2032. Now, of course, he's suggesting this is for everyone, but we know that's not necessarily true. But okay, going beyond that point, what happens after 2032? Well, he's saying you do not simply stop dying of aging, you actively get younger every year. Well, the mechanism is AI-driven drug discovery at a scale that was physically impossible 5 years ago. By 2030, he's arguing that AI will be able to take a biological problem, generate millions of potential drug candidates, screen all of them, and run trials on simulated digital populations, compressing decades of clinical research into weeks. It's already happening. There's a lab in Harvard. They're using AI to virtually screen 8 billion molecules against aging targets and now preparing human trials, moving from $400,000 of gene therapies towards $100 pill. $100 pill. I wonder who's going to have access to that $100 pill. I wonder if it's going to actually cost $100. But apparently, it's going to reset biological age by 50 to 95% in 4 weeks. Sinclair has already demonstrated the ability to reverse aging in mammals, restoring sight in mice with optic nerve damage and reversing Alzheimer's symptoms in lab models. His track record is what makes this claim impossible to dismiss because he got all this other stuff right. all the stuff he predicted, internet in the 90s, a world chess champion being defeated by computer in 98, pocket-sized devices as primary communication tools in 1999, and AI passing professional exams by the mid-2020s, all before anybody else was saying it publicly. So if you're under 60 and reasonable health, his message is stay alive, stay healthy, and get to 2032. Whoever makes it to 2032, I suppose, if there's not a useless class in play by then. And that's what I'm getting at here, guys. Even though this story sounds great, mainstream might go, they might, have fun with this as a last little side note. I want to show you about this thing we can all look forward to by 2032. I don't think they're going to have a problem telling you about one guy's prediction. But what I'm saying is, if we're talking about staying alive, staying healthy, get to 2032, the part that's missing from there is when we arrive at 2032, who has access and who doesn't. That's really the thing that won't be talked about. Well, let's hear a little bit of what he has to say himself about this whole thing. And this was, I guess, a live audience interview. So people were in the room, and I'm sure this is a very fascinating event to be participating in. So we'll just see a little clip of it. Here we go.
Anticipate. I mean, I'm 78 years old. Yes. And I'm in good shape, but in 6 years, we'll reach longevity escape velocity.
Oh, so it is 6 years. So explain to people what that means.
So 2032. So
2032.
Right now, you go through a year.
Yeah.
And use up a year of your longevity.
Yes.
However, we're coming up with new cures, new treatments, and you actually get, if you're diligent, which I'm sure you are, and most of the listeners here are, but not everybody is, but if you're diligent, you get back, well, last year I was saying about 4 months. Let's say it's probably about 5 months. So you're getting back 5 months, so you lose about 7 months.
Out of a year. So you're saying longevity velocity, escape velocity is when we get to the point where every year you get a year back.
You get back a full year.
And the people like David Sinclair, Dr. Sinclair has been working on this. He's got, as you know, he's got mice being able to see again after they've lost the nerves in their eyes. He's doing the first tests on humans now.
There's lots of research.
Yeah.
The biggest thing is we're going to be able to find cures by basically saying what the problems is, and the computer will actually generate the possibilities. It'll generate millions of possibilities and go through them all.
Test them.
So we're beginning to be able to do that. And then you can actually do human trials,
yes,
but using simulated humans.
Yeah.
So that's coming. That'll happen by 2030. So by 2032, we'll be able to go through all the different possibilities. So you'll get back at least a year. As you go past 2032, you'll actually get back more than a year. But you won't die of aging at that point. It doesn't mean you can have an accident tomorrow.
Sure.
Although we're also dealing with accidents. For example, we lose 40,000 people who die in car accidents right now from human driving. If you look at Waymo, the number of people who have passed away using Waymo, and the usage is going like this, is zero.
Yeah.
So we're going to do away with accidents largely, but anyway, the future is very good for our health.
So part of you have always said is you take care of yourself to get to this point, and then there'll be tools and technology to keep you alive for a very, very long time and healthy a very long time, and helping your memory too, because Alzheimer's obviously is rampant in the world today. But tell us about your numbers.
I have a pancreas that's actually external. This
really?
Generates insulin, and then I measure glucose here.
Yes.
And it's
tied to your phone?
Coordinated by my phone.
Yeah.
And it's actually like a real pancreas. And we can actually do that with a lot of our organs.
Okay, so I would just say this. This is great if all this is true, but it's yet another mechanism. We talk about the obviously the digital ID surveillance state and how medicine is affected by this. You're going to have access to this. What do you have to do to have access to this type of stuff? What do you have to do? You have to comply. You have to be in line. If you're part of the useless class, in other words, if you've lost your ability to work and bring in financing, then what is your role in this? You're not allowed to have a voice on social media. You have a social credit score. So there's a lot of things in play. But if you're part of that useless class, which most of us will be, that's the whole plan. That's the 2030 plan. So who's going to have access to this $100 pill? I mean, it's all pretty fantastic. It's such interesting when you think about the possibilities, but when you put the possibilities aside and you look at the system in which those possibilities exist and the people running it in the system that exists, it kind of deflates the whole thing. And of course, then we have to be very, very wary of what this type of technique is going to be used and how it's going to be used against the mass population, because there's no freaking way the billionaire Epstein child eating class is going to want to have the whole world population be able to get younger with $100 pill. Not going to happen. So just know that going in. But hey, great idea. I guess the math kind of in theory makes sense. So we'll see what happens. But there you go. That's a story that won't be, at least not dissected on mainstream media. Here we go, guys. Coming in at number one story of top censored news of the week. New data reveals 9,000 of the COVID vaccine deaths reported to VAERS occurred within 2 days of the ejection and were willfully ignored by the CDC and the FDA. Well, how do we know this? Oh, we know this because there's been incredible work being done by one senator, and that is Senator Ron Johnson. And let's look at his work that he's done over these last few months. This is the highlight, I think, that sticks out of the most, because this is the one that people are trying to push back on. So this is the story the media and the government don't want you to hear about. The biggest government scandal that legacy newspapers won't touch. April 29th, that was the day that Ron Johnson, as the chairman of the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations, held a hearing, released a report titled Unmasked. And this is, we've covered Ron Johnson, where he kind of focuses on the Biden part of the story, not the Trump. He has to kind of keep that divide there, but it really should be the entire apparatus. It's not independently, uniquely Biden, but we'll go with it, because at least, hey, half of it ain't bad. Okay, 50% is better than zero, right? So he's going after the one half of it. How the Biden health officials purposely turned a blind eye towards COVID-19 vaccine safety signals. There has not been a bigger government scandal during my lifetime, and yet even now that we have documented proof of corruption, most of the legacy media refuses to report on it. So the report details how in March of 2021, Peter Marks, director of the FDA, approved vaccines responsible. It approves vaccines and is responsible for the safety surveillance, right? So he was briefed that the algorithm they were using to analyze the vaccine adverse event reporting system, that's VAERS, would mask or hide COVID-19 vaccine adverse event safety signals. They were purposely using an algorithm to hide data on vaccine adverse events from COVID-19 vaccine. Well, 26 days later, using an updated algorithm, senior FDA officials, they were shown 25 safety signals. So they got rid of that algorithm that blocked data, and they used one that didn't, and they were shown that 25 safety signals, including sudden cardiac death, pulmonary infarction, cerebral artery occlusion, basal ganglia stroke, agnola rhythm, and Bell's palsy. All of those, including more. Those are just that. So there were 25 of them. With the injections of the COVID vax, we didn't need sophisticated algorithms. The sheer volume of adverse events reports overwhelmingly VAERS was enough to trigger my oversight efforts. We faced impenetrable stonewalling until Kennedy's commitment to radical transparency provided the subcommittee with 11 million pages of documents. Oh, really? Okay. Well, Kennedy provided the documents, the access to 11 million pages. Wow. So the documents make clear that the FDA and CDC officials did not use an error on the side of caution standard to alert the public. Rather, they insisted on definitive proof of causation, a standard they knew would never be met. Of course it wouldn't. You don't need to have that standard. All you need is a certain amount of deaths. You only need like a handful to say, let's recall the product. That's all you need. They took the thing. Now they're dead. We got a handful of them. Let's recall the product. That didn't happen in this case, obviously. Perhaps the most egregious coercion involved healthy children who had virtually zero chance of serious harm from COVID-19. That coercion was based on another false claim that the injections would stop transmission, which they later proved they made that up. They did not know that. They just said it. It was a lie. And then all the media, Rachel Maddow said, we have proof now. They stopped transmission. We know this for a fact. Reporting live. Yeah. So some children were killed and others have been permanently disabled from the injections. Imagine being a parent who believed all the lies they were being told by Rachel Maddow and all the rest and decided to have their now deceased or injured child injected. We will never know the full extent of the harms or the benefits of the injections, but we do know that federal health officials were aware that serious harm was being done within months of them granting emergency use authorization. We also know that those same officials turned a blind eye toward the safety signals that were screaming at them, but they refused to warn the public. The public pays federal health officials to evaluate drugs for safety and efficacy. So we have the right to be informed. Many deaths and injuries could have been avoided, obviously, had they just done the job we paid them to do. Here's where we get to the actual numbers. Currently, VAERS shows 1,676,100. This is the worldwide numbers of adverse events. Out of those, almost 40,000. So 39,000 deaths associated with the COVID injection. Out of those, 9,000 of the deaths are occurring within 2 days of the jibbity jab. This is from VAERS. This is real. And VAERS, as we know, what do we know about VAERS? VAERS gives you about 1% of actual math. If you want to do the math of the people reported, only 1% are actually recorded in VAERS. So you can always times it by 100. Now, with COVID shots, it was even worse because it was that much harder to report on that versus another vaccine, another drug that is listed in VAERS, which is generally it's about 1 out of 100 make it to the math, right? That even make it, because how many people do you know? How many do we know that it won't ever go to VAERS? So it's a lot less than 1 out of 100. Anyways, so let's go with the very basic number, most minimal number of 9,332. Let's just and that's in the first 2 days. Okay. So most of these occurred well after federal health officials should have informed the public about the risks that he knew existed. Instead, they hid or downplayed those risks. As a result, millions were harmed after being denied their right to fully informed consent. So here's the shot. This is what happened when Ron Johnson they were trying to ask him about the Iran war, or he's saying, they won't allow him to talk about this on CNN. When he's been on CNN and they kick him right off. Fox has taken him a few times. MSNBC won't touch him. So he can't really go and have this conversation, but here's his opportunity. When they were going to talk to him about the Iran war, he busted into this, as he should have.
So Senator Johnson, can we get you on the COVID cover-up? So why do you think legacy media such as CNN is not covering this?
Why aren't you covering that?
I want to ask you about Iran, the war in Iran.
You know, you really ought to cover the fact that Peter Marks knew on March 1st of 2021 that their algorithms were hiding safety signals. 26 days later, found out 25 serious adverse events like sudden cardiac death, pulmonary infarction, Bell's palsy, different types of strokes, and they buried it. They hid it. It's a major scandal. It's even as big a scandal that the major media is completely ignoring the story. It's been out now for almost 6 weeks.
Can I say
But anyway, so
Iran? I'm sure that was your question, trying to ambush me. But
No,
I want to ask you about
me
Iran.
ambush you?
No, her. So asking about Iran.
Do you think we could see people suing the U.S. government over this COVID cover-up?
It's hard to say. I mean, the government really does a good job of protecting itself and people that carry out its mission. So, the legal ramifications for what harm these government officials did by not informing the American public, not giving them the information they had the right and had deserved to hear. I'm not sure what that is. My job right now is to expose it. I appreciate Secretary Kennedy's commitment to radical transparency. That's why we know about this. We have a lot more documents, a lot more people to interview. So stay tuned. Again, biggest scandal of my lifetime because people weren't warned, they were mandated to take the shot, or they were coerced, or they're convinced without the kind of information they should have had for informed consent. And millions suffered adverse events. At least tens of thousands died after that March 1st date.
So the conspiracy theorists were right again, and these 25 serious adverse events with the COVID vaccine were hidden from the public. They call it masking, but what that is obscuring, which means that it just didn't come up. So let's go over some of these. I'm not a doctor, so it's kind of hard to pronounce some of these things, but these are the neurological side effects. I'll give you guys a second to read through these. Here are some cardiac. Now we know some of these already, the sudden death. Yeah, we've seen these ones. Cardiac failure. Oh, by the way, the Pfizer's list is almost 1,300 adverse events listed on Pfizer's documents that they didn't want to reveal. Almost 1,300, just to be clear. Just to be clear, that's Pfizer's own information. But these red flags, these 25 red flags they had right away, right? They didn't, this is before that list went together. But so they knew this as they were peddling this garbage. They knew these events were real. Then we have some pulmonary. It's causing stroke. And here's some more obscure things. But all these side effects you should have been warned about before getting the vaccine, not being told it was 100% safe and effective. So it's all there. And look, I'll just say, guys, there's so much evidence of this. There's so many, we cover this all the time on the show. We do the We Know What It's Not segment for you guys. And there's still people out there that will never want to look at this, and they'll always be shaming you. And if you send them one link, they'll be like, "Oh, you're just cherry picking," or they'll accuse you of sharing somebody that's not credible, even though but you haven't responded to the actual information I'm giving you. So you could say something bad about the messenger, say something bad about Senator Ron Johnson or whoever is delivering the message, but they won't respond to the actual data. The 9,000 deaths report, just those. Let's just take that number, because that's what this is. That we're talking about. This is the most minimal basic number we can take from all of that. 9,000 just reported of VAERS, only just to VAERS. These does not count the ones that weren't reported, which is times this by at least 100, probably a lot more than that. So this was within the first 2 days. People who took the thing and now are dead within 2 days. A minimum of 9,000 people suffered from that. What about those people? And if you mention this part now, let me show you what happens. What happens to you if you mentioned the 9,000 people right now? Well, Dr. Pierre Corey jumps on this. He says, temporal association is one of the most telling data points for a diagnostician to learn that over 9,000 of the COVID vaccine deaths reported to VAERS occurred within 2 days of injection and were willfully ignored by the CDC and FDA is both unconscionable and unsurprising. And we'll add to that, Dr. Pierre Corey, that it's also being willfully ignored by the public right now in 2026. Those that still sign on for the COVIDian mindset, they still will deflect, willfully ignore this information. And how this is how we know it, because you still have justifications. So here we go. Here is a justification from a COVIDian saying, no, there are other medical interventions for diseases with death rates similar to COVID's. From COVID infection, fatality rate typically estimated at a median of 0.23% overall, or 0.05% under age 70 from several preference-based studies where side effect deaths at a comparable rate are accepted, such as risks would fail risk-benefit analysis and regulatory standards, unlike treatments for far deadlier conditions. So this is a justification of, no, we deal with this all the time. We have to weigh the pros and cons, and that really what you're saying here is that 9,000 in this circumstance, because it was a global pandemic, 9,000 is fine. We should be okay with that. There's still, so even taking the number seriously, they're making justifications. Our own Jay Scott will respond to this and says, look, 9,000 people dead within 48 hours of taking the COVID injections is a small price to pay to protect the Democratic Party. That's what it is. That's what it is. They're protecting the party that they said got COVID right, even though we know they both got it wrong. But their idea is that the Trumpers were anti-COVID policy. Oh, well, a lot of them were, but Trump himself, no, he loves Operation Warp Speed. So we know that. But this is particularly to protect the Democratic Party, the Biden administration that was doing everything right, because Trump was big old bad guy, and Biden knew we had to lock everyone down. And he told us, what did he tell us? It was a pandemic of the unvaccinated. That's what he told us. So the COVIDians have officially reached the point where they think it's okay to poison people to justify their politics. Of course, that's the point. Yes, it's totally okay. And it's totally okay to withhold information from people if it's going to cause vaccine hesitancy. So you withhold information, you censor people. They were for all of that. They no longer deny the vaccine is poisonous. So they're admitting that it's poisonous, but it's a small price to pay. They just associate avoiding dangerous medical interventions with politicians they don't like. Well said. But Jay was not immune from any attack. And he got, look, 9,000 people, while that number is far exceeded to other tragedies all over the world daily. Weird way to spend your time. Oh, thank you, Raylay Gooner, for pointing out what a weird way for Jay Scott to spend his time. Really? Doing the work, doing the investigation, calling this shit out, talking about mass formation psychosis, talking about tribalism, talking about the compromising of values of a Democratic Party he once belonged to and I once belonged to. Well, I was thinking the same thing. I don't know if I would have written this, but Jay was thinking I'm thinking what Jay wrote. Fuck you and your death cult. There it is. Information doesn't lie, but the people with the information can ignore it or throw it away or deflect or bully you right back. And they're going to continue to do that. And that's it. There's no amount of information that we can have in front of us that's going to change their minds. They're all in. Just as Zionists are all in with their Israel flag, they wrap the Israel flag around their shoulders like this. They become one with their flag. Well, the COVIDians have become one with their pharma, one with their party, one with their compromising of everything. And it's never going to stop. It's 2026. It's not going to stop. And there's proof right there. It keeps going. So luckily we're here because the media won't do it, but we're here to give you this information. We're here to give you the reveals, the big aha moments. We're here to showcase the people that get this stuff right, that have been consistent, the Dr. Pierre Corey's, the Senator Ron Johnsons. We promote those, we highlight those, and we give you guys the information. And we call out the RFK Juniors that dropped the ball accidentally and the RFK Juniors that dropped the ball on purpose. We're here to give you all of that. And that's why we're here to do top censored news of the week. All right, guys. Before we wrap up the show, and I see some more comments have come in here. Yes, there's some good responses to, we had the talking back earlier with Leslie, and she was saying nice to talk to you guys, and she did mention the link to her. If you guys want to go to the link, it's actually here. So go to before the Rumble is over. You guys know how that works, that you can't go back to the chat afterwards. So it's there now. So you guys can actually click on it on Rumble if you want to see the amazing, it's a beautiful obituary that's been set up. If you guys want to read about, get more insight to the backstory of this amazing man and everything that, that, how many people he was had affected by him. And it's actually a really great, website and, personalized page. So go check that out on Rumble. And then I think I don't know if we'll be able to get up on the YouTube page, but go if you're on YouTube, she might have shared a link on there as well. Yeah. So I guess YouTube doesn't let you post the link on the chat. So maybe we can get it in the after the show. Actually, YouTube's really bad at letting us post any sort of thing that's going to like promote anything or links. It's really bad with that. So whatever. We can do it on, go to the Rumble page if you guys want to. It's the Homeless Left on Rumble. If you guys want to check it out, it'll be there. And I'll put up some more comments at the end when we're done with the show. Before we finish, we're going to do the final segment, the one we held out from Tuesday. I was going to do Tuesday, but it just feels better to do it on a Thursday because it's the end of the week. This is the final segment of the week, guys. It's time for Loudest Voice of the Week. We got it ready for you guys. Let's go ahead and start it off. This will be a good one. Here we go. All right. It's the Loudest Voice of the Week. We got a walkout, another walkout, guys. You know that all the graduates across the country, they've been protesting all these tech giants, these tech CEOs coming in, telling them that AI is the future, and they've been walking out. Well, this one was a little different. This happened over at Stanford. The grads walked out on a Google CEO. The guy's name was Sundar Pichai, Google CEO. And you would think, oh, it was another walkout for the AI tech stuff. Well, not exactly. It had to do with that because obviously Google is big on AI tech, but they're also big on a lot of other stuff. They have a lot of other shady operations over at Google, which has to do with what? Our relationship with Israel and all the people we murder in Gaza and Lebanon and Syria and Iran and all the rest and all the censorship and all the spyware. It's all through Google. Spy, kill. Why would you want to sit and listen to a CEO of Google talk to you at your graduations? Well, these kids didn't want to do that. And good for them. Here's what happened. Hundreds of Stanford students walked out of their grad ceremony to protest this guy. And they're saying, it wasn't about AI. So the walkouts were organized by the Stanford chapter of Students for Justice in Palestine, a nationwide network of student-led activist groups advocating for Palestine's liberation. In a statement published on Instagram, the chapter accused Google of allegedly collaborating with the Israeli government and companies like Palantir and the AI and analytics firm that has inked contracts supporting the Israeli military and the Trump administration's immigration enforcement plan. So it's all of it, right? It's ICE, it's IDF, it's Unit 8200, it's all of it. Well, let's watch what happened at the ceremony last weekend on Saturday. Here we go.
I must warn you all, this is only the second commencement speech I've ever given. The first was literally in my backyard. It was the spring. It was the spring of 2020, right in the middle of COVID and lockdowns. We were filming a YouTube commencement for the graduates who couldn't have their own celebrations like this one. When I look back on it, I see a time of great anxiety. I see.
Now that was pretty awesome, right? Well, it actually gets better. It actually gets better. And we don't know what the, what's the Stanford gonna, implement some punishment for those hundreds of students amongst the thousands who didn't get up, right? The thousands of them that stayed put, a couple hundred get up, and good for them. But there's another part to this, because the very next day, this was on Saturday, the very next day, this happened. This was a pro-Palestinian activist named Mahmoud Khalili. He delivers a speech to Stanford graduates it's called a People's Commencement. And he says the quote up front is, when the movement comes to choose between comfort and conscience, you always choose conscience. And that's it. That's why you do this. That's why you're part of the small group, right? You're part of the 100 to 200 people out of the thousands that get up. And that's what you go with, conscience over comfort. You like that, guys? Conscience over comfort. So the graduates that walked out occurred during the speech of this CEO, Sundar Pichai. And it was a protest against all of the contracts that Google has with IDF, CBP, and ICE, just as we said. So the significance of the speaker of the second day, Khalil, he was the one that was detained last year by ICE for over 3 months for his role as a lead negotiator at Columbia University's Gaza Solidarity encampments, if you guys remember. He urged the students to keep building the movement for Palestine, assuring them history remembers those who speak up. And this year marked the third People's Commencement at Stanford, organized by students and activist groups. So the People's Commencement is a event they have now done 3 years in a row, which is kind of a reaction to or an alternative to the commencement that Stanford puts together. This is the People's Commencement. Here is a clip from that. And this was the very next day that just happened this past Sunday.
A graduation ceremony. Over a year ago, while my classmates walked across a stage, I sat behind bars on a bunk in an ICE detention center in Louisiana. My crime was literally speaking out against Israel genocide in Gaza. My crime was refusing to stay silent. But my story is not unique. That students are not passive observers of history. A movement led by students from all backgrounds, coming together with a shared sense of justice. History rarely remembers the people who told them to sit down. History remembers the people who stood up. The cost of speaking out can be real, very real, but so is the cost of remaining silent. What good is an education if it teaches us how to succeed but not to care? The purpose of education is not simply to inherit the world as it is, but to build the world as it should be. And when the moment comes to choose between comfort and conscience, choose conscience. The future is justice. The future is Palestine. Thank you so much, everyone.
That's amazing. That's amazing. What the kids did walking out of their commencement speech of that Google psychopath CEO, and then to be able to have this experience the next day, it's pretty remarkable. MoU Khalil, you guys remember MoU Khalil? This is the guy. This was that guy tortured for however many months. He was one of the very first, and so this guy is the one talking to them, saying you're doing it right, and that's why this is a movement gone right. History will say that. They're inspired by each other. We inspire each other, and that's why we are focusing on this week. And we're going to give Mahmoud Khalil and all of the students at Stanford who had the courage to do conscience. What does he say? Conscience over comfort. All the ones that's committed to that, we're going to give them loudest voice of the week. Okay. That should wrap it up for today, guys. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and do this. We're going to go ahead and wrap the show up now. I see a few more comments come through. I just want to say this before we go. Just a huge thanks to our co-hosts, Craig Pasta, Jay Scott. Special thanks to DERRICK BROZE for coming in. Great conversation with him. Just having everybody in this space together. And thank you to Leslie, Nurse Leslie, for coming back with us during these difficult times. And it feels like we're doing something right. We're doing something important here. And it takes all of us. Thank you guys all for being here on whatever platform you found us on. Don't forget to do the like, the share. The subscribe is very important. When you hit the subscribe, you get the notification when we go live or when we have a segment upload. It's very important. And if you want to share out one of our segments, we get them out as soon as we can, because you guys, those are good conversation starters. If you want to just watch the segment, if you just want to, stick with the full live raw show, we keep those up too, both on our Rumble and on our YouTube channel. It all stays up because we stand behind all our work. We have nothing to hide behind. Everything's here for you guys to check out, and it's not going anywhere unless they pull the plug on us. But we will never pull the plug on ourselves. We'll never, take a tweet down or take a video. No, if they take it down, that's the only reason you're not able. If you can't find something we did, we're not the ones that took it down. I just want to let you guys know that. Okay. So that should do it for today. For the Homeless Left, we'll be back next week. We'll be joined by Caleb Maupin on Tuesday, and we'll have a regular Thursday show after that. So until then, remember to always, when you go out in the world, go out with courage, conviction, and above all else, principle. I'm Matt Weinglass. This is the Homeless Left, non-tribal approach to news. Power to the people and free Palestine. Enjoy this outro. It's going to be things happening just at the perfect moment. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next time. And I'll give you one more: free Palestine. We're out.